I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Mountain View Town Council to order on March 9th at 2026 at 5:32 p.m. Will you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to insert a roll call on our agenda. I'm just making sure that our council member Davis can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't get my camera on.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Mitchum.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Alguin.
Here.
Councilmember Bailey.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Devner.
Here.
Councilmember Lasher.
Here.
Councilmember Randolph. Here. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So first off on this agenda tonight, we have our Mountain View Code and Character Project Workshop about permitted uses. It's our first workshop on this topic, and I'm just going to go ahead and give the floor to our town attorney, Austin Pierce Flanagan.
Thank you so much. I will share my screen again. Perfect. Okay. So before we jump in today, I wanted to do a quick recap. So last time we talked about Article 1 and Article 2, and we primarily focused on Article 2, the zoning districts. And we answered the question, what district am I in? Today, we're going to be answering the question, what uses are permitted in my zoning district and with what level of approval? So we'll go on to Article 3. Before we get there, I want to do a quick nonconformity refresher. So we talked about nonconformities in the last work session. And as it relates to uses, a nonconformity would be a previously allowed use that was legally established, no longer being permitted because the rules changed on them. And we talked about in the last work session how generally there's a policy of trying to limit those number of nonconformities, not trying to create a lot of nonconformities through this process. But there's going to be occasion where there's good reason to create nonconformities. And that is essentially when council decides that there's some very important policy that's going to outweigh that general policy or general reason to not create nonconformities. And so we'll get into some of that today. So from there, we'll jump into an overview of regulating uses. So uses and how we regulate them, this is actually why zoning was created in the first place. So it was created to limit, in a particular case, that a concrete batch plant couldn't be located next to a residential home. That's where zoning all spurred from, that simple idea. And that same idea of compatibility of uses is what we're going to be talking about today. And that's what council is going to need to work through today, is sort of defining what uses are compatible for which zoning district and with what level of permission, and are any standards necessary to try to make the uses a little bit more compatible with each other. So when you're going through that process, I encourage you to think about the area itself, what makes sense for this area, what's compatible for this area. And we started that by creating a great framework in the last article related to zoning districts. That's going to help you with that framework. But I also want you to think about your long-term vision for the town. I want you to think about what do you want the town to look like in 10 years from now and in a complete generation from now. What do you want the town to look like? Gratefully, the town has done a lot of this work on vision setting. It's done it through the comprehensive plan that was adopted about a year ago, I think.
Actually 4 years ago.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Several years ago.
Yeah. 3.5 years ago.
And in that process, the town went through sort of a really comprehensive public engagement to decide what is the vision for the town. What do we want these areas to look like? So that'll be a nice framework to try to make these decisions in. And then more recently with the Fairfield and Woods analysis, we talked again about sort of the vision for the town related primarily to residential uses. So I think those two documents and projects are going to be helpful in trying to answer the question today. Okay. So now we're going to go to an overview of mixed uses. And I wanted to talk about this briefly because it's going to come into play today. So when we talk about mixed use development, what we mean is that a combination of residential and commercial uses are permitted by right in that district. They're permitted without any additional procedural requirements. And so that can mean that mixed uses are allowed on the same block. As we're looking horizontally down the block, you have a primary residential structure next to a primary commercial structure. But it can also mean vertically, that there's a mix of uses within one set of building. Perhaps that means retail on the bottom and residential up top. So both are mixed uses on the same block and then in the same building. And sometimes we refer to that as horizontal versus vertical mixed use. And because council has emphasized sales tax generation in previous discussions, I'm going to walk through some of my proposals related to making that vision part of the standards. And so we'll talk about that today. Okay, one more topic before we jump into the meat for today, and that is just an overview of a couple of uses that are regulated by state and federal law. Again, zoning primarily is a local concern, and there's a lot of cases related to that zoning is best achieved by the locality that's setting that zoning. However, the state and the federal governments have jumped in a number of occasions to say, with that use, we're going to regulate it instead of the local government. And so in those cases, we just need to make sure we're complying with that higher level of government. Okay, so the first example of that is group homes. So this is regulated by the FHAA, and state law has similar requirements as well. The FHAA is the Fair Housing Act as amended. And then Colorado state law has very similar requirements that we've codified as well. Very generally, and I'm going to give you sort of all of these at a very general level, and there's going to be some nuances, but I think if we understand it generally, I will tell you how I crafted the regulations to comply with it when we get to that standard. So generally, group homes must be permitted in a similar manner as all other single-family dwellings. That's a general rule. And the idea there is that if you're doing it any differently, you're discriminating against a class of folks, because really the only difference between a group home and a different single-family home is who's living in that home. And the second area or use that I wanted to talk about is places of worship, like churches. And so this is regulated by what's called RLUIPA. And RLUIPA, similar to group homes, states that places of worship and churches must be permitted in a similar manner as other community center type uses. And we'll talk about that a bit more as well. The last one I wanted to talk about is adult entertainment uses. So that's what the legal world refers to them as, but they come in a lot of different flavors. It might be an adult bookstore, an adult movie use, that kind of type of use. So those are actually regulated by the First Amendment. So the Supreme Court of the United States stated that adult entertainment uses is a form of expression protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. In other words, you can't prohibit it because it's mandatory that you have to allow it to some degree as a First Amendment right. And so to be able to regulate that under land use, you can only regulate secondary effects. You can't regulate the expression itself. In other words, you can't say that that expression is prohibited in our jurisdiction. You can only regulate the secondary effects, and we'll talk about that more. Okay, so that's my once over for our general topics today. Any questions on that before we jump into the meat?
If they say mixed use, if the code says mixed use without saying horizontal or vertical, is it automatically both?
Great question. Yes. And we're going to talk about that today. So that's the general rule, that it's going to be both. You're going to allow both.
Okay.
But there's going to be some scenarios, and I'll give an example today, where you might want to think about adjusting that rule and not make it both.
Thank you.
Great question.
Any other questions from council?
Cool. Okay. So we're going to jump into Article 3, which again, we've covered Article 1 and Article 2. We're now answering the question of what uses are permitted in my zoning district. Okay, and before we get into the meat of it, there's going to be a lot here. To be able to get through this, we have 2 work sessions. I'm going to see about getting us as far as possible on this one. but definitely don't feel like you're rushed. And if you feel like you are being rushed or just need to slow down, jump up. Let's take a break and have that conversation.
And since this is a workshop, do we want to just have them interrupt you?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Definitely interrupt me. There's going to be some what I would call less controversial topics, and I'll just say, does anyone disagree? And if I don't hear anything, we're just going to move on to the next thing. For the more controversial topics, I'm going to take a quick poll and say, do you agree? And I'll ask you to raise your hand if you do agree. And we'll just kind of go in that manner if that works for council.
Are you going to have an opportunity,
Oh, no, you're
are
good.
you going to have an opportunity for the public to ask questions about this workshop?
Yes, so I'm going to reserve, like I did the last session, the last 10 minutes for the public to talk.
Okay,
If that works for everyone. And so we'll just see how far we get before then.
thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're going to jump in. The first topic I'm going to talk about is actually not related to the use table, although that's where we'll focus most of our time. But the first topic I want to talk about is this little mini procedure we have in here. And the reason we have this procedure related to unlisted uses in this chapter is it really only relates to uses, even though it's a little bit of a procedure. And basically what it's stating is if there's a really similar use to something we have here, but it's not specifically listed, then staff can make the decision to say, you fall under this use. And I'll give you an example. And I'll just also speak to the nature of there are constantly uses being evolving and created. So these are either living documents or we try to, well, it's that and plus hopefully you bake in some procedural flexibility in there to be able to make your code work with the market a little bit. And so the example I gave that came up in a lot of my jurisdictions, and if they didn't have this, they had to go to an ordinance text amendment to permit it, is pickleball. So that's a use that didn't really exist even just a couple of years ago, and no one had it in their land use code. And so this would be an opportunity, this unlisted uses provision, for staff to be able to make the determination saying, that seems really similar to this other use, and this is how that other use is permitted, so we'll allow it in the same manner. Any questions on that? Yeah.
Would council necessarily be notified of like the staff decision?
We totally could do that kind of notification requirement. I'd recommend you just do it sort of administratively rather than bake it into your land use code.
What we did with conditional uses when they're administratively approved is the town administrator can approve a conditional use under the code in the situations where it occurs. But then the town administrator is required afterwards to make an announcement to council.
Perfect.
Does that sound like what would solve the problem?
Yeah, I guess, is that a policy, administrative policy, or just practice?
Do you remember how Administrator Beltram did that with the last one, where there was a conditional use that he administratively approved as the
Right.
zoning administrator?
I
I think we set a precedent there. that
Yeah.
it's Now we need to do it moving forward in those situations.
Yeah. And maybe we could do just like a quick one paragraph administrative policy. Let's write that up.
So for staff direction, as a summary, let's just ask the town administrator to write up a policy that places that into a standard.
Yeah, basically a notification requirement when an administrative decision is made in accordance with the code.
And let's check in, does Councilmember Davis, if we're speaking naturally like this, are you able to hear everything?
Yes.
Wonderful,
Great.
thank you very much.
Okay. So if there's no other questions, all right, we'll jump into the permitted uses table. So all of your uses are going to be categorized in this table now. So they're not going to be listed out for each district, and they're not going to be stated in multiple places when we're talking about that particular use. It's all right here. When you're asking what use is permitted in my district, you go to this table. So an X means that it's a use by right. That means that no additional approvals are needed to be able to effectuate that use on your land. You can just do it. A C means that a conditional use permit is required. That means you have to actually go out and obtain a permit. We'll talk about procedurally how you get that permit as a part of the last article. A T is a temporary use. We'll see if we get there today. If so, I'll explain it a bit more. A blank cell means it's prohibited. It's not allowed in that district. And then if you see an asterisk, which I'll fill in at the end, or cross-reference here, It means that you have a use-specific standard that applies to that use. So that means that that use is permitted with the level of permission stated, but you also have to meet specific standards for that use. Okay, so that's how it's laid out. So now we're going to go through this. We're going to go through every single use. I'm just going to state, like I will, single-family detached dwellings are proposed to be permitted as a use by right in the R1 district. Only in the R1 district, not permitted whatsoever in MXN and MXC. Is all of council comfortable with that? And if you're not, then you can raise an objection. Great. So we'll
This
move.
is presuming that we're going from 2 R zoning districts to 1 R zoning district.
Exactly. So all of your low density residential will be in that new R1. Your MXN will be a new district. It won't actually apply to any land in your town until a rezoning application comes forward. And your MXC is going to take over your current commercial district that mostly is zoned right now along your corridors.
Okay. Is everybody on the same page?
Good question. All right, so with that, we'll go into duplex dwellings. That's 2 units on a lot. So right now it's proposed as permitted by right in R1 and MXN.
Aren't there lot size requirements for certain buildings? I mean, I'm assuming those would still take precedent.
Yeah, great question. So we will get to minimum lot standards in the next article when we talk to development and dimensional standards. But I would encourage you to say like, hey, like I'm comfortable with that, but I'm really only comfortable with it if it's on a lot greater than X square feet. This is the time to note that, because that would actually be a use specific standard. It would apply specifically to that use rather than generally.
Personally, it makes sense to me to have like a duplex not on a tiny lot.
Okay. Even if it's a vertical duplex, unit downstairs and a unit upstairs.
I think you can get into some really hairy territory because that with the height, there would be a huge height difference, I would imagine.
Maybe you could have 1 story downstairs and 1 story upstairs.
That's true.
So this is one of those things that Fairfield and Woods spoke to and gave us some examples in town where we have some of those duplexes that appear to be 1 single family homes, but they're actually functioning as duplexes.
I think it'd have to be within height minimums and all the other.
Certainly. So that's a great point. And I will say for all of these uses, unless we have a use specific standard, they're just meeting your bare minimum development standards, which we'll go to in the next article. Not tonight, and 2 work sessions from now. So I guess let's come back to the question. Are you comfortable allowing the use, not considering general standards for duplexes in R1 and MXN as uses by right? Or I guess I should say, if you're not comfortable, raise an objection.
I don't think a duplex should be on a single lot. Is that,
Yeah, so it would be,
even if it's vertical,
it would,
that it would be just, yeah.
okay. So this is a good point, and I think we'll have to kind of pause here and have some more conversation. So when we're talking about these different levels of residential uses, which by the way, every section will be organized. So residential uses are organized by intensity. Every other section will be organized alphabetically. So it goes from least intense, single family detached to most intense nursing home. All of these residential uses will be on a single lot. Every single one. So this is saying you have 1 unit on a lot, 2 units, 3, more than 3, group home, nursing home, all 1 lot though. So if the hesitation is, I don't want 2 units on a single lot, then you don't want a duplex.
Right now, how does it work?
Yeah, so right now you're allowed duplexes in R2 for sure. Or no, R3, sorry. I always forget, you
Right.
you drop R1.
Right.
And I can't remember in R2, I'll have to double check. Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't.
Okay.
I know that the way that Fairfield and Woods was making recommendations changes it so conceptually that it's just an entirely different way of thinking about it.
Right.
And so it feels like a bigger conversation.
Yeah, I think that it's hard to parse out the questions that will be answered later, like how it's built, what it looks like, how the lot's laid out, all of those questions, which we'll get to when we get to development and dimensional standards. Really what we're answering today is what's going on inside the building. I think your example of, yeah, there's single family homes that look like duplexes. Those are things we bake into the standards, if that's what council wants. So if the answer is...
Or the reverse, duplexes that look like single-family homes.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Those are important points that we will be able to address during those development and dimensional standard conversations. But if really the hesitation for council is, I just don't want that much intensity, I don't want that many units on a single lot, then this is the right place.
I think right now we can have a duplex, but there has to be standards in terms of setbacks and measurements and percentage of lot coverage.
Yeah.
So it really depends on the parcel. Some parcels are too small to allow it, and other parcels are big enough. That's my best understanding of how it functions right now. So to say that we don't want them ever in R1 would be a decrease in density for our town, if I understand it correctly.
At least compared to R3, because I know for sure in R3 you allow duplexes.
Am I getting in the weeds? Am I seeing like a duplex and then we talk about also there could be an ADU in the back, right?
Yep, so we'll get to that tonight
then we're
as well.
looking at even more loss of surface, right? Ground surface and more density. Because we're not talking about just duplexes. We're also going to be incorporating as many ADUs as...
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And so, and with state law restrictions around ADUs, if the preference for council is to limit the density, then I would look at duplexes and probably look at removing them from R1 as a permitted use. I would try to encourage you to steer away from limiting ADUs.
Especially if council wanted to increase the density around the edges in the other two zones and hold the R1 use really exclusively for single-family homes, you could make that distinction and keep R1 much less dense and then have all the density around the edges.
You definitely could. It will almost certainly have the effect of creating non-conforming uses, because you absolutely do have duplexes today. Let me gauge the rest of council here. How are we feeling about duplexes and R1?
I mean, I think that having affordable housing has been like something that previous councils has made as a goal. We haven't worked on our council goals yet, but I know for the last 4+ years, council has talked about affordable housing, and I think that allowing duplexes that are up and down that look just like a house, is going to have more of affordable housing. We're going to be able to offer more. That's where I feel.
Yes, so if R1 is the old R2, and I'm reading here that R2 allows two-family dwellings.
It does, okay. There you go.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you for doing that.
And I remember on Fairfield and Woods, the survey that we sent out to residents, they overwhelmingly said that they wanted duplexes.
Overwhelmingly,
Right.
yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
But it's really important that we still get a sense of
Yeah, so I'll come all the way around to Councilmember Randolph.
Councilmember Davis.
And then, yeah.
I agree with Councilman Algene. I think I really don't want to see Mountain View become where it's just house on top of house on top of house, and there's no green area, no trees, no yards. I just don't agree with that. I would like to,
Okay,
agree with her.
we'll go Councilmember Bailey, then I'll come online to Councilmember Randolph. Davis, sorry.
I mean, I totally see both sides of it. Like the duplexes could allow for multi-generational living, which could actually keep our residents in their homes for longer. That's one plus of it. Increasing density is good too as well for lowering the cost of housing. I also but at the same time, it really depends on how it's done, because I feel like if you do have this duplex on a small lot, and then you also are allowing ADUs that can eat up a ton of coverage.
Right.
And at that point, you're going to be impacting neighbors, sunlight, gardens, all the privacy, all the things that have been kind of on the forefront of the residents' minds. So I see both sides of it, and so I'm kind of like, it's really hard to know, because it's really hard to know, what this could look like, and so
Yeah.
it's very hard for me to visualize it. So that's where I'm kind of stuck.
All right, that makes sense. Councilmember Davis.
I agree with Councilmember Algeen and Randolph that we should not cover every spare inch of the town with development. I think.
So let me ask you. Or sorry, go ahead.
I think we should stick with no more than a duplex if we're going to have it. You mentioned something about triplex. How would that look?
So we'll get there. That'll be the next question.
Ask a quick question
Yeah.
on that. Are you saying, I thought my understanding was that you were saying we weren't going to be changing the footprint. So it would still allow, like in the R1, it's still the same building requirements that they have now that are requiring yards and stuff. So I guess I'm confused of we're going to take things away. Could you explain that more? I
Yeah,
guess?
that was
Okay.
maybe the question I was going to ask.
Okay.
So we're going to get to development and dimensional standards where we answer that question in the
Mm-hmm.
next, or not next session, but the one after that regarding how it's actually built. What does it look like? We'll answer that question, but not today. Right now, we're just answering the question of what goes in the building, not what the building looks like, not how much space it takes up on the lot, not even what it looks like design-wise. We're just answering the question of what's allowed to go in the building. Can it be 2 units? Or does it just have to be 1? And so I'm hearing, at least generally, that we know we've got a big discussion coming for the development standards, for sure. And perhaps as a part of that conversation, we come back to whether those general standards are strict enough for duplexes, if you choose to allow them. But I just want to sort of, reorient the conversation around not what the building looks like and not how much it takes up of the lot, because we will answer that question, but just what you can put in the building.
I just had a quick question. So I was just curious, do municipalities usually start the same way with looking at the uses and then go to like what that looks like? Because I feel like it would be easier to be able to visualize what it would look like and then determine whether or not you'd want it in that zone.
Yeah, it's a
I know
great.
there's more than one way to get there, but I'm just curious how typically that's been done.
It's a great question. Typically, you go from the ground up, asking what you can put there before answering how does it have to look. Because if we do the reverse, then we're saying how it has to look, and then we might say, but it's not allowed.
So you spend time on something telling you how it looks, and then you don't actually allow it.
Correct.
Got it.
So we've got to decide what's allowed in the building before we decide what the building looks like. And so it sounds like we might be stuck 3 and 3, but for the 3 that were hesitant on allowing duplexes in R1, does, again, the note that we're going to come back to how it looks in a future discussion affect anything here?
I still feel like we're putting the horse before the cart. I like to visualize and then see. That's just who I am.
May I speak? Okay. Yeah, it is a challenge because I live across the street from a multi-dwelling unit. And so, and then I also live from single-family home that is large with an ADU. And so I do see that even with the ADU, there's the exception of surfaceable space. So that's my biggest concern is that we could put a duplex, we have the ADU. I don't know what it's going to look like, whether it's up and down or horizontal, right? But, and then, so I'm really getting into the weeds, I'm sorry, parking and all of that,
Right.
right? We're going to increase density, but what does that look like for those who don't have a garage to park their car or a driveway?
Right. It is an excellent point. It will be answered, but it won't be answered at this stage. And I know it is sort of uncomfortable. It's how these processes sort of always work, that you want to see the full package. You want to know what the full package looks like, but you just have to take it baby steps and incrementally. What we could do if we just sort of are locked here is just put a note and saying we're going to return to this at the start of the next work session. And then if we don't have an answer then perhaps we put a note and say we're going to turn to it at the start of the next work session related to development standards. And once you can start to answer the question of how all of these uses are going to be built, perhaps that will change the discussion here. Is that?
Thank you.
Can I just ask the council if a duplex if we had requirements that required that the duplex didn't take up any more footprint? Because what I'm hearing you guys say is that it's the fear that we're going to cover every surface and not have grass and trees, right? That a duplex makes you think there's more land occupied, but that's not a necessary conclusion.
Right. And you can change that conclusion as a part of the development standards workshop. And there's communities that do this. And so you'll notice, like in a lot of historic areas, like in Curtis Park in Denver, they have this requirement that if you're allowed duplexes, but they have to be designed like a single family home. So there's only one door in the front. It looks like a single family home. And typically the other door is on the side of the home. And that's how they're with the addressing on the side.
And so they're all vertical, right?
No,
They're
not
not
necessarily.
horizontal.
Most of them are split level, actually.
Split level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of them.
You said that was Curtis Park?
Yeah, so if you ever walk around in that area, you'll see a lot of the new builds, how they look that way. And you can't actually, it would be hard to tell, is that a duplex or single family home? But let's come back to it. Let's move on to triplex, which is just listed as permitted by right in the MXN district. Any objections with that? Again, that MXN district doesn't actually exist in town yet. It would have to be rezoned to new land.
So when it comes to the rezoning, I mean, are there requirements about what lot can be rezoned into that transitional district? But that's a later discussion.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that during procedures. But yes, and the answer is that the minimum standards that you create as a part of the development standards article, you can't go below those if you're rezoning into it. In other words, what they say is you can't rezone into a nonconformity. You have to conform to all of the minimum zoning district standards that you're asking to be placed in. Good question. So,
Can you share with me for the MXN district?
yeah.
Tell me where we are in the town. Where is that?
Yeah. So the point of the purpose of the MXN district is really to act as a buffer between your more denser commercial corridors and your traditional residential neighborhoods. So it's really those one or two lots that are going to be off the main commercial corridor. Those would be the lots that would be primed for that MXN district. But again, it doesn't apply to them unless they submit a rezoning application asking for it to be applied to them. But those are the lots we'd be looking at. And so the idea is that as you're walking down the street, you could go from one edge of the block that is completely low density residential in the historic fabric of the town. But as you walk towards the end of the block that gets to your commercial corridor, there's going to be this increase in intensity as it goes up from single family home to something that's a little bit more intenser to something that's potentially much more intenser at a commercial corridor.
Do you have a town or a specific area in mind that, again, similar to Curtis Park, that we could review?
Yeah, I could certainly provide several examples. So the one that comes top of mind is Bloomington, Indiana. So when we were in Bloomington doing their zoning code several years ago, they incorporated an MXN district for that same reason. They have these really intense areas around corridors and then it would step down to like a, small historic home. And so they said, like, over time, generationally, does it make sense to allow something more there, like a duplex or a triplex? And so they decided yes.
Were they doing a push for more affordable housing?
Yes.
Is this similar to what's on Tennyson, where we have high rises and then we have small, single-family homes
Yeah.
next to one another?
Yeah, I don't think it has some similarities for
Where
sure.
we're trying to avoid that. right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to
Not
create
what
more
we're
of a
going
step down.
towards.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like less jarring again as you walk down the street.
That's what brought.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna come back to triplex. Oh, sorry,
I felt like we had some understanding of that.
we're good?
Yeah?
Okay.
Do you guys agree that triplexes should be in the XNN by right? Or is there not agreement about that?
Some,
I guess one concern that I have is if the transition, because we don't have a large commercial district.
right.
So if the transition zoning is like favoring like a triplex, that's not necessarily going to bring in a new business potentially.
Right.
So I guess that's just something to consider is do we want the transition to be more residential housing or another purpose?
Yeah, I think that's a great point to say, do you want to emphasize more commercial uses in the MXN district?
This is a good question. Let's see from
I mean-
Councilmember Davis.
Given our like very limited commercial corridors, that's a important question.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we're very, and also just and the difficulty I think with developing on Sheridan, just because like you'd have to do curb cuts potentially, and like it's a state highway and it's kind of a mess.
Right.
Unless you figure out some other way to do,
But with allowing triplexes by right, that doesn't prevent, it's still mixed.
Yeah.
But you're saying emphasize, potentially at least have the conversation about, should we emphasize commercial?
Yeah, because one thought is we create this transition zoning with the intent that it would be stepped down and maybe an art gallery would go in there, but then the market shifts and it's just triplex that's going in there.
Yeah. I think that's a great point. Let me see if I can get to it at the next use specific standard. Because we may. And maybe when I go through that, you might say, like, yeah, copy that for triplex too.
Can I just speak to that a little bit as well? The overall intent of increasing our financial sustainability by improving what's possible in our commercial districts is also supported by having triplexes allowed in that mixed use area, the transition area. Because in order to support those businesses, for those businesses to locate there, they need customers. So having a triplex there isn't directly providing revenue to the town, but it is indirectly still providing revenue to the town because it increases the number of residents, which increases the number of customers, which improves the likelihood of commercial new establishments being located in our town.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. So it sounds like we have a little hesitation there.
You didn't hear from Davis on a triplex.
Councilmember Davis, any comments on the triplex?
So, yes, so a triplex, as I'm understanding, is 3 units, and you want to mix it with commercial.
The first part is correct. It's a triplex is 3 units on a single lot, but not
Yeah.
necessarily that it is by itself a residential use.
Okay. And as Councilmember Algeen brought up, where are these people going to park?
And again, we will get to those questions. It's a great question, but we will get to parking as a part of the development standards. And in that conversation, council will decide how many parking spaces are going to be required for every use in town. So we will absolutely have the conversation. But again, today we're answering a more narrow question of what uses are permitted within a certain building.
And those would not be, those could be horizontal or vertical.
Exactly.
And it's only if they meet all the other requirements that
Correct.
council will build out in future workshops.
Yeah, exactly. So again, if you're thinking as a property owner in town and you're wondering, first, you've answered the question of what zoning district you're in, and next you're answering the question of what can I do with my land? That's what we're answering today. Not how it can be built, not how many parking spaces, not what it looks like, not what the landscaping is required. We'll get there. But we're just not there today.
And what is our current districts? They don't allow any triplex?
No, I think R3 does.
R3.
And R3 also allows multifamily. But my understanding was that sort of none have been built in the town.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, just a single family instead of the triplex.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to move us along because we're going a bit slower than I was hoping for. That's okay. This is an important conversation. But let's go to multifamily dwellings. So as it's proposed, it would be a conditional use in MXN, meaning it's only allowed if you obtain a conditional use permit. And we'll talk about how those permits are approved in a later work session. And then as a use by right in the MXC standard, but only when you meet certain use specific standards. And again, to orient you towards the codes, these are all hyperlinked. So when you're looking at this use, you say, hey, what use specific standards are permitted or are required with multifamily dwellings? You just click there and I'll take you down. Okay, and so again, this was baked out of the idea that council wants to prioritize retail uses, right? And so this use specific standard will require a minimum of 50% of the ground floor of that multifamily dwelling to be some combination of the following sales tax generating uses. So this was my crack at it. Definitely want to hear what council has to say about it. And I also would like to know, Councilmember Debner, if you think like, okay, if we mimic this same requirement for triplexes, maybe that assuages your concern with that. Yeah.
You said that they were hyperlinked. I don't have hyperlinks in mine.
They're not in the packet because the packet takes all that out.
Okay.
So in this version, which you will receive once we're all done,
Okay.
you'll get...
Sorry, I missed that part.
No, you're totally good. But yeah, once we put it to the packet, it takes out all of those embedded files. Yeah. Questions, concerns on this standard? I will tell you, so if you are familiar, and I'm just using examples close to home because I figured you might have actually been there and seen it, but I can use other places if you prefer. If you walk down where Rhino is in Denver, you'll see they have this requirement. It's similar to this requirement, except it says every corner of the building has to be retail. Huh. And so if you walk through Rhino, you'll see a lot of yoga studios, a lot of coffee shops, a lot of restaurants, but you'll also see that 4 corners of a building being retail is pretty tough. And so you also see some vacant spaces as well. And so this is sort of the compromise between, I think, what a lot of modern codes were doing and how the market sort of has been responding to it.
When you say business or personal service.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Okay, great question. And this gives me an opportunity to answer this question. So whenever you have the question of like, what does that mean? Just go ahead and Control F on the document. All the defined terms will be all caps. So again, you won't see this in your document, but you'll see it in the user-friendly version you'll get at the end. And you can go down to that definition. And it also gives me a good opportunity to say every single use will be defined. So yeah, think like barber shops or nail salons or any of the lists there, like a FedEx or a Kinko's or whatever. Those kinds of uses are business or personal service.
Do the services offer the same revenue generating revenue for the town as, like, if you're providing a service, it seems like you don't get quite the same level of revenue for the town.
You're absolutely right, and it's a great point. You don't. And so again, it's a mixed bag, and we can definitely take it out. If you're looking for more, just coffee shops and restaurants and like yoga studios, that kind of thing, we can certainly take this out. I've found that the market has been sort of demanding a little bit more flexibility with these types of standards to allow more different types of uses to fill those spaces. And I think if places like Rhino were open to that, then they probably would see a lot less vacancies. But it's a great point. You won't generate the same kind of sales tax.
If we had vacancies pop up after making all these changes, if council goes in that direction, could we then say, maybe we need to adjust this and take that, and
Absolutely.
add that back in?
Yeah.
Because
Absolutely. So maybe let's start there. As far as the fifth, let's talk about actually just the 50% requirement. And then the next I'll go to, is this the right suite of uses to require? So for the 50% requirement of the ground floor, does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then let's talk about the suite of uses, to the mayor's point. The latter three are going to be a little bit more of what you consider as sort of retail generating uses and sort of promote that walkability that communities tend to desire. The first one, to the mayor's point, is going to be a little bit less of that, printing shop or something like that. Probably typically isn't as demand in the community and not going to generate the same kind of sales tax. So what does council think about these suite of uses? Do we want to remove the first one there, business or personal service? Again, like barbershop, stuff like that. Yeah.
Isn't there another way you could also get at that if you end up with more business or personal service, like businesses and occupying the ground floor? Couldn't you, I know that previous administration talked about potentially enacting a service tax that would sort of get at like recouping some revenue.
Use tax.
Yeah, I guess
No, service.
a service tax, like for the businesses we have in town that don't generate as much revenue, would be a way to. But of course, it's all passed on to the consumer, so it's somewhat controversial. That is another way to get at that, right?
We definitely could explore that. It's going to be a Tabor question that you'd have to go out to ballot for.
Right.
If you wanted to explore a new or additional tax. You could certainly do that. It would take time.
So if we were to be interested in removing those, but later on, did you say that later on we could, based on?
And that's the direction I would prefer you go.
Okay.
I would prefer you go narrower now and then choose to expand it later.
Okay.
So that if a beauty shop does come in or nail salon does come in, they don't become non-conforming when you change your mind.
I think it makes sense to start more narrow, just because I feel like we already have a lot of service businesses in town, and that's partly it's part of the issue. It really is.
So do I hear any objection, let's put it that way, from removing business or personal service from this requirement? All right. And so it is removed. Okay. So we'll go back up. It sounds like we're okay on that standard. I want to circle back, and I know we're kind of running out of time already, but I want to circle back to your question. If I copied that same standard for triplexes, would that help resolve your earlier issue?
I think so.
Okay.
I read in the comprehensive plan that walkability in like a neighborhood feel. So, triplexes doesn't really give us like a gathering space to run into a neighbor.
Any objections from the rest of council on copying that use-specific standard for triplexes as well, so that triplexes also have to have ground floor retail?
And those triplexes would be in the mixed zone.
It would be in the mixed-use neighborhood zone, right, which isn't
In
currently.
the middle one.
And we're talking about 2 to 3 houses or properties in from 44th and Sheridan, is
Exactly right.
And so, okay. I have a question about the existing homes there.
Mm-hmm.
What happens with those homes? How does it impact our neighbors and those next to them?
So right now, nothing happens. Nothing happens until, honestly, most likely what would happen is that neighbor chooses to sell, and then someone buys it and says, I'm going to try to rezone this, my new property. So that's typically the chain of events, is that someone chooses to sell, and then the new buyer comes in and says, oh yeah, I want to go for this higher intensity zone district. And they submit a rezoning application that council will then consider.
Does it make those properties more valuable
Yes.
on the market?
It would make that property more valuable, but it wouldn't make their neighbors next to them more valuable, right?
If they weren't eligible for the same type of zoning, then correct.
Yeah. Because then it would look like Tennyson, where we have the little single home and this huge building that's a 3-story.
Right.
And that, for me personally, that's what I don't want to see. I don't want to see Tennyson. I want to see what was in the comprehensive plan, where they had storefronts and one similar to, I'm sorry, I can't remember the street, the eyeglass place, where like you could convert those into apartments above it. Fenton, thank you.
Yep.
I am against the high
So it sounds like
Tennyson view look.
you're actually okay with the use, though.
I am
Okay.
with the use.
Okay. And so we will definitely, and I'm already feeling we might need to come back to schedule for development standards, but that's okay. We'll get there when we get there. I'm hearing that the use is okay. Any objection to adding to triplex that same standard that we have for multifamily dwellings? Any objection there? Okay.
Councilmember Davis?
No objection on that.
Okay.
But I
Thank
do agree with Councilmember Algeen that one commercial on one level, on the first level, and one level with an apartment.
Yep. Okay.
Not multi, going up to 3 or 4.
Yep. Okay. That's helpful. I know we have a big discussion to come when we have that.
When we have that, right.
Yeah, for sure.
I just wanted to point out that we only have 6 minutes left, so we
Yep.
need to probably ask the.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Okay.
So we'll cut it off here. I will say, and this was a great conversation, it was really useful. I might need to push us along a little quicker if we're going to stay on our time frame. So just a fair note on that, or we'll have to look at expanding the time frame. And if that's okay with the DOLA reps, who I know are kind of
I
pushing
have a
us a little
question,
closer.
Austin.
Yeah.
I looked at the schedule, and I thought when we talked about this, that we were going to do some public hearings.
Yep, you'll have
It's
two.
not on the schedule at all.
You'll have two. It's what's called the consolidated draft when you're adopting. Yep. So when you're adopting the ordinance, you'll have 2 readings of first and second reading that will both be public hearings.
And then folks can make comments if they don't agree with it.
Yeah, so basically once we tighten up and wrap a bow around the whole project internally, we're going to come back and have a consolidated draft. We'll do the same thing where we go through the whole code. That's the plan at least. And then after that is when you schedule it for hearing for the ordinance. Okay, with that, if we want to do the public. Okay.
Yeah. Are there any members of the public who would like to share their thoughts on the workshop and the different, you can please come on up to our public comment microphone and just say your name and you're fine.
Kathleen Hancock, I'm up on Benton Street. And I just was wondering if you could define the term lot, because you've been tossing it around a lot. A lot. And I think of a lot as, what was it, 25 by, was it 150 going back? Feet. We mostly have double lots in the neighborhood. Most of the homes are on double lots. So when you're talking about a lot, or what you're going to allow on a lot, I think that should be defined. Because you can't put a triplex, I don't think, on a 25 by 175. That's just not going to work.
I think she's talking about because when you said there's 2 lots per
We're
parcel.
mostly on a double
Are we
lot.
talking about parcels or lots?
Yeah, so
Be
you're-
specific about that. What are we talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about lots of record actually, which means when your original town was platted out, they divided up the town, and those are those historic lots of record is what we call them,
Right.
and those are the dimensions to which they have. And they don't necessarily, those are individual lots per the legal definition. And like you're saying, there could be 2 lots, but 1 use on it, and they're sort
Yeah.
of treating.
Okay, so just, define that, because was wondering how much you're going to put on a single lot, what the proposal is here, or, because it wasn't making a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We're really talking about parcels through all of this.
Yeah.
For Mountain View language. Existing parcels.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's helpful for,
Yeah, that's a good point. Is there anybody else who'd like to share their thoughts? Come on up and just share your name and your thought.
Kenda Hallinan, a resident. As a longtime resident, homeowner, Mountain View, I'm concerned with the lack of follow-through concerning the town-owned properties on Ames and Benton. Can we please finish those properties before we move to commercial? And someone who lives close to 44th, I'm against development that is higher than 2 stories because it would greatly affect my quality of life. Why do we have to be like everybody else, like Denver and all these other? Why can't we be unique? Whatever happened to the community center? I haven't heard a word about that lately. And also, how about the sewer system? This old sewer system, can it handle all of that increase? So,
Good point.
Thank you very much, Kenda. Is there anybody else who's with us today in person who would like to share related to our workshop subject? Is there anybody attending remotely? No?
I might take the extra 2 minutes then.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's just see if we can't quickly knock out the rest of these residential uses, but no pressure if we want to come back to them next time. Let me share my screen again. And so we're going to be talking about group homes, small and large. And that was the discussion we talked about earlier about how those are regulated by applicable state and federal law. Right now, they're listed as conditional uses in the R1 and MXN for small group homes. That's less than 8 folks. And then large group homes are allowed as a conditional use in the MXN. That's more than 8 folks in that home. Why the 8 number? That is the number that the Supreme Court said in a case that you can regulate based off of. And so that's what we're going off of. Definitely could change it, who knows? But that's where we stand today as far as land use regulations. And again, you have to allow them similarly to your single family detached. So just keep that in mind. Any questions, concerns about either small or large group homes? And we do have use specific standards for them. I won't go through them today, but essentially they say that you comply with all state and federal law regarding group homes.
If we're allowing group homes similar to single-family detached, why do we have conditional in the mixed when we don't allow single-family?
Okay, yeah, great question. So you don't have to allow this here, but basically the approach I take is if you're going to go a little bit more restrictive here, conditional versus use by right, which most communities prefer, then you've got to give a little bit more leeway somewhere else.
Okay.
Great question. Any concerns, objections to the regulation of group homes? Okay, I might try the next one if we've got time. I think I've got 1 minute, which is nursing homes. So this would be allowed as a conditional use in the MXN district. In other words, it wouldn't be allowed in any current zoning district that's currently zoned. You'd have to rezone into MXN, and then you would have to get a conditional use permit. Any questions, concerns, or I should say any objections with that? Excellent, okay.
Councilmember Davis?
Oh, sorry.
Well, I just have a question. Nursing homes, do they generate cash?
Certainly not. If anything, there's actually a lot of studies stating that they are quite intensive on your infrastructure needs. You don't have to require this, but I would be cognizant of the fact that folks who are elderly are a protected class, so you must allow for them to have some sort of accommodation. In other words, if you don't allow it by naming it,
Right.
then you've got to allow it by practice.
Okay. And could you clarify a little bit better what the group home is?
Yes, a group home is a group of unrelated folks living together who are in a protected class, typically with a caregiver present. So it could be folks who are have some sort of mental or physical handicap that requires them to live with assisted living and a caregiver.
Okay. Okay. Something to be thought of is the infrastructure as the previous resident brought up, is the sewer system and the impact on it with having these new thoughts and ideas and implementing things.
So typically when the development starts, you will receive sewer impact fees that go into a special restricted fund that are meant to increase or update your current infrastructure to hold the developmental needs.
Exactly, and you actually have to issue that will serve letter for sewer and water before they get their building permits. In other words, it's a separate approval process, completely standalone from this process in your land use code. It's actually in your building permit regulations. But good question.
Thank you.
Okay, we made it through residential uses. Thank you for sticking with me. I'll be done.
Good job. Good job. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So we are now at our general public comment period, which is not related just to this subject, but this is to anything. If anybody signed up for that, do we have any? Those are the same.
Okay.
Okay, they got shared during that prior public comment. There isn't anybody else signed up?
In the room.
Okay, and nobody else participating. So then we will go ahead and move to agenda item number 6, which is our consent agenda. Would the clerk please read the items of the consent agenda into the record?
The meeting minutes from the
Oh,
January.
I'm sorry. Do you have a point of order?
I don't know, a point of order, you didn't do approval of agenda.
That's correct. I stand corrected.
Okay.
That is well taken. I did
Thank
not
you.
do the approval of, that is, so just technically for the record, Councilmember Randolph, I'm going to say that you had a point of order.
Okay,
And I noted that it is well taken. We missed approval of agenda and conflicts of interest declarations. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Moving on. Do any council members wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. Councilmember Lasher?
I would like to remove the minutes from the consent agenda. I have like some things in it.
All of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So we'll consider all of them immediately after this item on the agenda then. Do any council members wish to declare any potential conflicts of interest regarding anything on the agenda? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. And Councilmember Davis, if in lieu of raising your hand, if you could just speak up since we can't see your hand.
No objection.
Thank you. So then we will move on as if the consent agenda, the minutes, all 4 sets are next on our agenda. For the meeting minutes for January 12th, 2026. I'll just open the discussion for that. Is that how I do that?
Yeah, so
And Councilmember Lasher speaks to it first
Yep,
because
exactly.
you pulled it from the consent agenda.
Okay, so on page 33E, we had Councilmember Bailey move to amend to motion on the floor to the table, the second reading. I thought the last time I thought we talked about just saying that she's gonna table it instead of saying move to amend the motion on the floor to table the second reading.
So I will defer to our town attorney because these were written verbatim.
Okay.
And so what is best practice, since we were still using Robert's rules of order instead of Bob's, do we have it reflect what the motion stated exactly verbatim, or do we change it?
it should reflect the actual action taken, which hopefully is in alignment with the language, is it not?
Well, the minutes reflect verbatim the action that was taken. So there was a motion to amend to table.
Gotcha. And you're basically just stating the motion to amend language should be removed and it should just be a motion to table.
Yeah.
Because the
Um,
motion to amend is
a secondary
a
motion.
secondary motion, and the motion to table
Primary.
is primary.
So the actual action was a move to table, right?
Yeah.
So I would ask that as a part of your motion to approve the minutes, you say, can we, or I would move to amend the minutes to clarify that that particular language should just state move to table.
Can I just say so moved to that?
Is that your only change
No,
for
I
these?
have other ones.
Okay,
Yeah.
no.
Okay, so what do I need to say? Sorry. Move what?
So if you could state like where it is in the minutes or give some indication.
Well, there's a few. I mean, I can
Okay.
email her after like my changes, but
Yeah,
I
why
just,
don't we go through them and then maybe it will be easiest just to say, does council agree with all the changes? And then if you're clear on the direction, then we can craft a motion that way.
Okay.
Okay.
And then there's like just a few of those, like on page 34, there was another one that Mayor Pro Tem Algeen said, so we don't need to go through all those. And then sometimes going through here, it feels like you say like the discussion, and then sometimes you just say that it was passed, like the motion was passed. So I was just hoping to get like a little bit of like clarity to like have it very, uniform every time, or just see why sometimes you say like, it was discussed, like you explain the discussion and other times you don't.
I thought last meeting that was going to be part of our minutes discussion on the next workshop.
Okay. I must have missed that. Okay. And then sometimes in here you have council member as one word, sometimes you have it as two words, and sometimes you have it the C capital, and sometimes you don't. So I don't
I mean,
know.
that's just a consistency thing, and I think we just now changed council member to being one word, so we can go and change
Okay.
council member to one word.
Could we consider those typos and say approve the minutes
With
with
typographical,
corrections to
yeah.
typographical
And
changes?
then we'll just add the first one to clarify that motion was a motion to table.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Or if there are others.
Yeah,
or-
that's all.
Oh, okay.
So then we would be looking for a motion to approve with an amendment to correct the statements that say move to amend the motion to table to be updated to be simply move to table plus correcting typographical errors.
So moved.
Do I have a point of order?
Point of order, I just have a question. What
It's
is
a point
the,
of information if it's a question.
it's a point of information.
Okay,
Well, no, I need to ask a question, so how do I ask a question?
point of information.
Point of information.
If it's something that's you're asking for information that's timely, it's a point of information.
Okay. What is the impact of changing that from a table, right, from the first statement that you said? What is the impact on the minutes?
To me, it just seems very confusing to read it.
With a point of information, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought
it's-
she was
There's
asking.
not really a debate back and forth. There's just an answer from staff.
Yeah. Do you want to answer? You want me?
Is it clear to you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. So, I mean, I think substantively there probably won't be much of a difference because I think the intent was still that those items be tabled, but the point being that the way it's written right now confuses two different types of motions. So just to clarify the record that the motion that was given was a motion to table rather than to amend a motion that was already on the floor. But
Okay.
practically, if council agrees to it, same effect.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion. We need a second.
That's a point of information.
Point of information
At
is
what point-
recognized. Please state your point.
At what point did we decide to change from council member two words to council member one word? And I'm curious why we went that direction.
Should we give this to the clerk or the attorney?
I think it's totally a matter of preference. So basically, several years ago, we noticed like there was a lot of flip-flopping. And so we started just using the one word throughout. And so like you'll see that like, for instance, in the charter red line, when we went through that, because it flip-flopped, we used one word throughout. And so we just sort of like made the decision that it needs to be uniform one way or the other. It's still not, but we're slowly moving towards.
But note this. Not mine, yours.
Oh, yes.
So we're slowly trying to be consistent with
But, like, all of our
one
name
word.
tags.
Yeah. But our charter is sort of our standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we have, the point of information was answered. We still have a motion on the table and we need a second. It was seconded. We have a council member who's participating remotely, so we're gonna have a roll call vote for all of our votes. Will the clerk please call the vote? And the vote is to approve the minutes for 1/12/2026.
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the minutes for January 2026. January 2026, Councilmember Lasher.
It was
you
just
have
the
floor.
same thing, like throughout. I just
Are
wanted
there-
them changed throughout.
So I'd
Okay.
be able to use the same motion.
The same exact motion, then is there other discussion from council members regarding the minutes for January 26th?
I guess if those are all the concerns, can we just make a motion to approve the next three, each separate?
Yeah, because we pulled them off as separate items.
So we're looking for a motion to update the language in the minutes to change the language from motion to amend the motion to table to be motion to table and any typographical errors.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm noticing, are you okay? Do we have a point of order or a point of information? From
Is-
Councilmember,
Does that same language apply? I make a motion to.
Yeah.
It applies in this one too. What page number?
I literally just didn't write it down because I figured just bringing it up, then we could change it throughout. I didn't know that I had to do it for everyone.
so if it appears in these minutes, they would get corrected.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Will the clerk, we have a motion and a second then. Will the clerk please call the roll? This is approval of the minutes for January 26th.
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the February 2nd, 2026 minutes. Are there any other items that you'd like to bring up, Councilmember Lasher?
No.
Any other discussion from council members regarding February 2nd minutes? Therefore, we're looking for a motion to update the minutes. If there are any motions to amend the motion to table such that it reads move to table, plus correcting any typographical errors. We're looking for a motion to approve with those amendments.
So moved.
We have a so moved
Second.
and a second. Will the clerk please call the vote for approving the February 2nd minutes as stated?
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. And for the February 9th, 2026 meeting minutes, do we have any further discussion from Councilmember Lasher? Any further discussion from other members of the council? Councilmember Bailey.
There's a small typo and Councilmember Lasher's name is misspelled.
Okay.
Okay. So let's include that in the typographical errors. And we're looking for a motion to amend the February 9th, 2026, motion to approve with amendments that update any language that says move to amend the motion to table such that it reads move to table plus corrections to any typographical errors.
So moved.
Second.
Will the clerk please call the vote for approving the February 9th, 2026 minutes as amended?
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you very much, everybody. And we are moving on to agenda item number 7. Our town administrator / clerk has the floor to introduce this agenda item.
Based on council's direction from our last meeting, we have provided you with a draft copy for that policy.
Can you move your mic a little closer, please? I'm sorry. Or maybe we should just turn your mic up a little bit.
I think what we've provided gives clear direction on how we will be handling the Gazette articles moving forward. With the hopes of the approval of this policy, then we will move towards reinstating a contract with the Gazette.
Councilmember Randolph?
So my concern is that you were doing the Gazette. We do not have a backup for you. So what if you're sick, on vacation, or otherwise unavailable? Do we still have to pay for an article?
Well, I think the articles are written once a month. The deadline is predetermined, and then it would be an issue of time management, making sure that it's submitted if I'm out of town.
And you don't see that as a problem? Just want to make sure that we're not paying for something that's not being printed.
The deadlines are set for the whole year ahead of time. So it's something that you can see well in advance.
Okay, that wasn't the impression I've ever gotten. It was always a rush to get the article done. So now I understand that better. Okay, thank you.
So we just wanted to also, since we're getting into the regular resolutions and ordinance part of our agenda, make a distinction between the discussion and the debate with our new rules. We were going to clarify that this period of the agenda item is part of discussion where you're getting all of your questions answered, just like Councilmember Randolph did. This is your opportunity to ask staff for clarifications and even talk to each other, but mostly you're asking for clarifications and proposing maybe we could do it this way or that way before you make an amendment. When we get to the place where we're doing the actual debate, when we move to that part, that is used for making your statements, your declarations, your affirmative, positive or negative statements as council members. Do you want to add anything to that?
I guess, sorry, I can't help myself.
Please do.
In Bob's rules, you'll see exactly what the mayor said spelled out in additional detail if you wanted to look into it further, but it's exactly how the mayor just stated it.
I think it was pages 31 in the early 30s.
Okay.
There's some information. Okay. Any other council member or Mayor Pro Tem Algie?
I do have a question regarding staff's contribution to the Gazette and who is identified as staff. Because I know that you were also calling yourself staff. So is that the mayor, clerk, and chief? Who is contributing to the Gazette articles?
I have completed one, and that was this month's. But that's the only article I've written.
My question is, who constitutes staff? What is the definition of staff?
On the page, can you give us a specific reference? Are you talking about the draft policy that is in the packet?
I'm referring to the policy that says that staff will be contributing to the Gazette, right? And my question is it going to be the administrator and the chief? And what is the definition of a staff member? Is that going to be you as identified as staff? Is it going to be another person in staff that's going to be writing an article? What is the definition?
I can attempt.
Yeah.
So yeah, staff is the whole collection. It is, okay. Yeah, it's the whole collection of folks that you hired or elect to do your work, including the mayor. This particular workflow, like many other staff workflows, is now more written out in the administrative policy that was recently approved by the mayor. So as far as who individually in staff has a responsibility for a certain function, it's going to be in some combination of your charter, your code, and your adopted policies, including your administrative policy.
So if council would like to prohibit the mayor from participating in any content for the Gazette, could they update this policy to do that? It's already been done in the administrative policy that I approved because I hear what council is asking for. So I approved an administrative policy that specifically gives our town administrator / clerk responsibility for managing the Gazette.
I honestly feel like it'd be very confusing to do so because we're then duplicating where we cover the exact same topic in multiple places. But if council wants to do that, then that's something council can do. I would just suggest that we limit redundancy as much as possible.
I'd note that item number 7 on the draft policy states town content and submissions will be managed by the town administrator. Councilmember Debner?
I wonder, so this is maybe more of a general question. So how do our various policies kind of speak to each other? Because as we develop our policies, we're going to have to consider, how can they be synchronous?
Yeah.
And is it maybe better for Section 7 to just reference the administrative policy? Or I guess on one hand, this is adopted by council and the administrative policy is written and approved by the mayor. So I guess if we could just...
Yeah, to me, it's a great question. We're really actively working through this work. So many of the items that you have today and that you'll have on the next general business item is getting at this question. And I think the answer is a lot of times it's a judgment call of what is the better policy to place things in if it's covering an overlapping sections, overlapping topics. That said, in my view, I would look to the purpose of the underlying policy and say, does this fit within that purpose? To me, if you have a whole separate policy document stating how all staff functions are going to be handled, that seems to me like probably that's where I would look to answer the question. But up to council.
Any other thoughts or questions for staff about this policy or thoughts about amending it?
Emily?
Yeah,
or Mayor?
Councilmember Randolph?
When we first discussed this, I thought it was decided because of complaints from residents that it would be a non-elected official to do the Gazette. That is what I recall. That's what you recall?
And sorry, that is what the policy states as well, that
Yeah.
it's the town administrator.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we just,
Okay,
7, town content submissions will be managed by the town administrator.
okay, thank you. Just wanna
Does
make sure.
Councilmember Davis have any input?
I think that it should be the administrator who makes the announcements on everything.
So specifically to this policy, item number 7 says town content and submissions will be managed by the town administrator. So you support that?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Councilmember Debner?
I guess one thought is, is there a difference between managing the content and submissions versus generating them? Because, I guess, is there a particular reason why like managed was chosen versus generated?
Go ahead.
I would say probably if we wanted to have like an expose on the police department written by the police or sergeant, then I wouldn't be creating the content. So that would be why we would use the word managing versus creation.
Thank you.
There's also a lot of previously created content. For instance, in this month's issue, the article was written by our administrator, but all of the flyers were prior flyers that had been created by me and used repeatedly. So we don't want to make it, I create, for instance, the flyer for the events when we have Taco Tuesday or the community events like our annual picnic. We wouldn't want to prevent the administrator from putting that flyer into the Gazette because I created it. So I think we hear very clearly that council doesn't want me to create content, but I think that the solutions that we've proposed, where I specifically gave that responsibility in my mayoral administrative policy to our administrator, solves that problem. And I don't understand why. And then plus you have number 7 here saying that the town administrator is managing the content. You trust the town administrator to manage the content. And I think letting her manage the content would be appropriate at this stage.
The point of
Councilmember
information.
Debner?
Is this, so there's like a discussion and debate. So this is where we ask the questions, and if we want to share a perspective on how we feel about the policies, that happens in the debate section?
Exactly.
Okay.
After you get the motion. Yep.
Other questions? Councilmember Davis or anybody else at the table?
I think that the administrators should be able to use and have good judgment on anything that you, Mayor, have prepared in the past. And if she doesn't think that that should go, then she can make a decision on that.
Thank you. So the language as it is in the policy seems appropriate to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we want to have a motion to approve the policy as presented?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Will the clerk please call the roll call vote to approve Resolution 2026-309A?
So first we'll do debate. So
Oh,
say,
right,
is there
sorry.
any
No,
further
you're
debate?
right, you're
Yeah.
right. I missed that step.
No, you're good.
So at this point, we're doing the debate, which is when you would, if you have plus or minuses statements that you'd like to make.
Yeah, not required, but.
Not required, but Councilmember Debner.
I guess my perspective on this draft is, really how it's written. I see it, preventing the political messaging. It prevents competing narratives from council members if we were to individually submit. I like the part about issue advocacy. I think that's good. And it just neutralizes the communications. So I think it's a good policy. I'm in support of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Bailey?
I'm also in support of the resolution. I would like this to be ultimately either subsumed or folded into a broader communications policy, and hope that we're not going to delay. I think it's on the future agenda schedule, so I'm looking forward to that policy coming back around.
Thank you. Any other statements? Councilmember Davis? Any other?
Not at this moment.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Bailey?
Yes.
Councilmember Debner?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Alguin?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher?
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes. Do we want to do an oral summary for staff direction about the statement that we had from Councilmember Bailey?
I don't know if it was official direction, but so I think it would probably be more appropriate when we get to the future agenda schedule when we have that
We'll
item
bring
listed.
that back. Let's remember to bring that back at the future agenda schedule. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 8. Our town attorney has the floor to introduce this agenda item.
Okay, so just a couple of changes based off council's direction at the last meeting regarding the employee handbook. So we updated the effective date. We included the employee acknowledgement at the end. We updated the section cross-references, and we removed 2 sections related to purchasing, which will now show up in your purchasing policy instead of in this employee handbook. And then lastly, we added section 201, which is just a general statement regarding performance of duties. And those are all of the changes from last time. So mostly minor, or all minor, I would say.
I have
Councilmember
some
Randolph?
questions.
Sure.
So I went through the handbook pretty carefully, and I compared it to the policies, and I compared it to the code, and nothing matches. Ethics don't match. If I was a staff member, an employee, and I wanted to file a complaint against the town council or the mayor, I wouldn't have a clue how to do it, because it's not in the handbook. And what is in the handbook is that it lists you, Austin, to investigate a complaint on page 122.
Is that still in the, is it in the packet?
No.
Unless I had the
Can you
wrong
s-
handbook, because
Can
there
you
was
say what page in the packet?
122.
Oh, I can speak to that.
Okay, go ahead.
But you can keep going and I can.
Also, the reimbursement. I mean, I've done office management handbooks, stuff. I think we're getting so many policies. They're all over the place. And if you look in the handbook where it talks about reimbursement, it says it's in the purchasing policy. So then does staff get a separate policy so that they understand how to be reimbursed
Correct.
if they spend their own money?
Mhm.
Don't you find that a bit confusing to have it here and there and here?
So I think are there any other?
Sorry, I'm not trying to be critical. I just
No.
used to having things concise and in one place so I could pick up the handbook as an employee and know everything I needed to do. And reading it, to me is very confusing when the codes, the ethic codes are different everywhere.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So let's talk about the consistency between the code and other policies first. Really, the issue that we have in trying to make them align is that they apply to different groups of folks. So your code of ethics doesn't apply to employees in the town code. And I wouldn't recommend that you amend your town code to do so. It's really intended just for elected officials. So that code of ethics in the code applies to a different group than this code of ethics. This code of ethics applies to all your employees. So it's completely sort of separate. For complaints against folks, it's also separate. So if it's a complaint against an elected official, it'll be in your council rules because it's based off council and how council chooses to establish rules for itself. If it's a complaint related to an employer, which likely is not an elected official, it could be in some cases, and we discussed that, then it's a separate process and you go through the employee handbook. So it's really trying to capture different scenarios in different groups and who the policies apply to and why we have sort of similar topics covered in different places. As far as reimbursement, that was one of the ones I listed at the start here where we did decide to remove that because you had duplicative language in your purchasing policy. And to me, if I'm asking the question of where do I find information related to purchases and how I get reimbursed for them, to me, I would look to the purchasing policy. So we included the cross-reference so folks know that's where to look for it, rather than including duplicative information
So
here.
all staff will get a copy of the purchasing policy?
Council will approve it. It's on your future agenda schedule.
Okay.
And as far as your last question with the town attorney, there is one reference to the town attorney. It's related to when a department head, the town administrator, or the mayor is instituting some sort of enforcement action that, if necessary, they'll consult with the town attorney. That's most often useful to ensure that we have a sound legal position in the case of an employee that might have a right to file a claim against us.
Okay, so if I went into town hall and Mr. Smith said I was very rude to him as a council member,
Then it's your council rules because it's council whom it applies to.
so then they're also going to get a copy of the rules and procedures so they know how to file a complaint?
Yep, and those are all public already. So they're on our website in public, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I think that's a really good oversight, if you don't mind me saying. That's exactly the kind of oversight the council should be having.
I agree.
Making sure
Yeah, great
that
comments.
Thank you.
we are having that kind of conversation at this table. And I just want to speak to that a little bit further because our town administrator does quite a good job of making sure that the staff is informed. She's starting up the weekly meetings, team meetings again. And we also do have the information, like our town attorney said, is on the website. And then after every meeting, there's an opportunity for staff to ask questions. And they also, I think staff gets the packet as well, right? Do they not?
It's on the website. They have access to it.
Okay. But all of these, so a lot of times there is conversation at the staff level of did this get approved or did that get approved? And they know to go look at the packet, which is on the website.
Thank you.
But great comments. And honestly,
Yeah.
it keeps me honest. I want someone double checking to make sure like, hey, actually this topic's better housed over here. So I'm not going to catch it 100% of the time. We won't all
Right.
catch it 100% of the
I
time.
know it's government and it's different from business, but I felt very scattered trying to find all these
any other, yeah, Councilmember Bailey?
I has had like a couple minor like typographical things.
Oh, sure.
I can share with the town administrator, or do you want me to do that? now?
Yeah, if they're
Okay.
just typos, then yeah.
It's super minor.
Yeah, thank you for doing that.
So if we were to have a motion to approve it, we would say approved with
Typographical errors. Yeah, that'd be great.
errors. Okay. Are there any other, Councilmember Debner?
So I guess on a related point, similar to what Councilmember Randolph brought up, on page 121 of the agenda packet, page 49 of the handbook, it does make a reference to if the complaint involves the mayor, formal complaint may be submitted in accordance with council's adopted rules of procedure. So that's where we're using the handbook mechanism and also the council rules of procedure.
Yeah, that's how we're trying to get them to talk to each other.
And this will come up when we discuss the rules of procedure, but it doesn't actually mention that that section applies in the handbook. So I guess one concern that I had is, would we accidentally change the rules of procedures and delete a section that the handbook is referencing? Which I guess that's the tricky part about all policies.
I don't think so. So actually just taking a step back, right? You didn't have this before. You didn't have this complaint procedure in the rules or your employee handbook. That's why we're here today, right? So you're solving a big gap that wasn't there at all. And now we're trying to solve for not just, okay, have we filled the gap, but are these different ways of corresponding to these issues talking to each other? And the way that we're getting them to talk to each other is specifically referencing, hey, this is the general rule, but in this case, go see this other document. It applies to these types of people. It's a good question.
Yeah, I guess my perspective of the handbook, it's comprehensive. It's the best handbook I've seen at all of my employers.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thanks, Seth.
Any other questions for staff? Councilmember Davis?
Not at this point.
Okay, then we are looking for a motion to approve the resolution as presented with corrections to typographical errors.
So moves.
Second.
Will the clerk please call the vote?
I need
Or,
to-
sorry, I did it again. We have debate now. So if we have statements for or against approving the resolution, now is the time. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 9. We are at 7 o'clock. We're probably about halfway through. This might be a good time to take a short break if people would like, or we can continue to move forward.
I would like a break, please.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, so it's 7:09. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 7:19. Oh, at 7:10, we'll be back here at 7:20.
See if I can get a Bob's rule.
It's 7:21, and we're coming back to order after our short break. We are at agenda item number 9.
I'd like to,
Do we have a point of order?
I do, point of order. Thank you, Mary. Mayor, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you Mayor. Mary.
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen, what is your point of order?
I would like to change the agenda items, move the agenda items to move the ordinance number 2026-2-09B, the second reading of the ordinance of Town of Mountain View, Colorado amending section 2.02.100 of the Mountain View Municipal Code regarding removal of procedures for elected officials prior to the town and rules procedures.
That is not a point of order.
Yeah, it's a motion.
So.
It's a motion.
So the
Not
po-
well taken.
Yeah, point
So
of order.
we're going to continue on with our agenda.
Can we have a vote?
So you'd have to
You
just
can
make,
dispute it,
or sorry.
and you can object to so you made a point of order, and you asked for, just so that everybody's following along, and you asked to amend the agenda. That's not, in fact, a point of order, because a point of order is when you're saying the rules have not been followed.
Okay.
So when I ruled on it, I said that is not well taken, meaning it's not a point of order. because it didn't have anything to do with whether or not the rules were being followed.
Okay,
So if you would like to
understood.
object to that, then we could have a vote.
Point of information, would one way to resolve this is to obtain the floor and then make a motion to do that same intent?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay?
So
So we're now at agenda item number 9.
I would like to make a motion.
And yes, so you would ask to have the floor, just like Councilmember Devner said.
May I have the floor?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you for
Yes.
your patience. I would like to make a motion to move the ordinance number 2026-02-09B to be discussed prior to the Rules and Procedures Resolution 2026-03-09C.
Can you refer to which agenda items those are, please?
Agenda item number 12 and agenda item number 9.
So you would like to move agenda item number 12 up
Yes,
to agenda item number 9.
yes.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor for this. It's a little, we should learn how to manage this, because it's a motion sort of not on the agenda, and it's, to me, this would be part of what we would do during that first statement about the agenda, if there are things that people have objections to. But what about if I just use my chair's discretion to do that, so that then we don't have to proceed through the
Yep.
discussion, debate, and vote? So could we have a friendly withdrawal of that motion?
So moved?
So we will now skip we will take agenda item number 12 in front of agenda item number 9.
Page is that?
And agenda item number 12 is, I do not have the page number for that. Does anybody have a page number for that in our packet? Let's see.
It's bookmarked.
It's the removal procedures for elected officials.
152.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Jana.
that begins at, the staff report for that is page 150 of our PDF. And our town attorney has the floor to introduce agenda item number 12.
Sorry, what page did you say?
It's page 150 is the staff report,
Okay.
and the ordinance starts on page 152. of our
Okay, cool.
PDF.
So just as a reminder, council already removed the removal procedures from the rules. So the removal procedures are no longer in the rules. We passed this ordinance on first reading that would put them in the code. The only difference between what was passed on first reading and what you see here is just changes to the recitals, actually just clarifying that point. That's all I have.
Okay. So is there any discussion, questions for staff about our removal procedures for elected officials in this ordinance? Councilmember Bailey?
I noticed that it wasn't signed as of first reading. Did you do that? Is that intentional? On page 153?
Because it's been amended.
Okay,
Right,
so
there
she
were
doesn't.
changes from first and second reading, correct?
So
So
then,
it's a clean version, and then we'll sign both of them
oh, okay, thank you.
once it's
That's
signed.
really helpful.
So technically, ideally, not technically, but ideally, we would have the as amended in the top right corner. Would that, is it the same? Because it's carried forward from February 9th meeting. If we had that little as amended, would that have helped, Councilmember Bailey?
That may have helped a little bit, yeah. I also wanted to say that looks like there's a letter missing from 2.02.100 removal from Office A. It says, no such removal shall be made without a charge in writing and an opportunity of hearing before town council. I think it should be a hearing.
Yeah, I agree with you. So if you'd like, you could make that change by motion.
Let's see if other council members have discussion first. Any other discussion from council members? Would that be a typo, or could we?
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, just
Okay.
typo.
Councilmember Davis, any discussion for agenda item number 12? Councilmember Debner?
And just for clarification, the removal procedures we had in our rules and procedures are essentially just copy pasted into an ordinance.
Right.
Same content.
Yes, I don't believe we changed anything other than I might have wordsmithed 22100A, and that's potentially where the typo came from.
Sorry.
But no substantive changes that I can recall.
Mayor Pro Tem?
May I ask, in this ordinance, where does it indicate that a magistrate
Good question.
would be?
So that's actually the complaint process within the rules, which is a separate process. So how your procedures work right now is that you have a complaint process in your rules of procedures. That's where the magistrate comes in. But you also have a separate provision within your code for removal from office. You'll notice that in your rules, it states at the end of the magistrate provision, you may institute a removal proceeding in accordance with this section. So it's really two separate processes. The complaint process being an initial determination with a magistrate if council so deems to move forward in that way, and the removal process being separate.
Can you please repeat yourself?
Yeah. So if the complaint process, again, is much broader, so the complaint process, anyone can file a complaint against an elected official per your current rules, and you'd go through that process in the rules, including the decision regarding a magistrate. So that stands over here in your rules. In your code, you have provisions for removal from office, which has a separate requirement more particularly related to a hearing, related to that removal procedure and just particular criteria to which a removal would apply to. So complaint process, super, super broad, captures any complaint against an elected official, has its own separate process. Removal process, very, very narrow, only initiated by council, not by any person, and goes through this particular process within the code. Does that make sense?
Sort of. But in the rules and procedures, it would talk about the magistrate, right?
Correct.
So why are we removing it from the rules and procedures?
It's not being removed from the rules of procedures. It's a
Okay.
separate process.
Okay.
How can I, so
Buckets.
different buckets.
Think about the different populations are different buckets. The rules apply to different
Yeah,
populations
exactly.
differently. So put the population of elected officials in one bucket, put the population of employees in another bucket, put the population of the general public in another bucket.
Yeah, great. That's a good analogy.
They each have different sets of rules.
Thank you.
I'll use it next time.
Councilmember Debner?
So the removal of officers portion in our code is actually in our packet on page 144. And my question was, so what's in front of us is 2/3 majority, but in our code it mentions at least 4 council members.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you could maybe speak on the vote requirements between those two.
Yeah. I believe what I did was make it consistent with how the rest of your code and charter relates to 2/3 majority rather than stating the number. So for instance, for a executive session, you have to have a 2/3 majority to enter into it, and we state 2/3, not 4. So I was trying to make it consistent among all of those different thresholds, which require a higher number. You can absolutely flip-flop it back. Yeah.
But isn't it 2/3 majority of those present versus
Yeah.
2/3 majority of the council, which if you said 4 is like a different way of measuring it.
Yeah, it is. So it is different. Yeah. But you can absolutely change it back. I think I only made that change, if I remember correctly, just to try to make it consistent with how you talked about those numberings elsewhere.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions? Councilmember Davis, did I ask you yet about this one? I did. All right, then we're looking for a motion to approve.
Debate.
You got a motion
First the
first.
motion, then the debate. Yes, thank you. So that would be a point of order.
Sorry.
That's okay. We're all learning
We'll get
together
it.
here. So we're looking for a motion to approve the ordinance regarding the removal procedures for elected officials with the caveat that typographical corrections could be made.
So
Second.
Will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Councilmember Bailey,
yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes?
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Davis,
Yes. Sorry.
There's one.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yep.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes. I'm just going to take a quick recess here for 3 minutes while we get our attorney's computer plugged in. It's 7:34, and we'll be back at 3 minutes later. Right. There's this.
3.
So sorry.
37.
I can
3 minutes later.
Oh,
This reminds me of first grade math, which is happening in a lot of my house. Did you know? You probably know this, but did you know? Like the ones and adding the columns, they don't teach that until 4th grade. I know, but it's so weird to me.
That might need to be turned on if it doesn't immediately power.
I know, but nowadays it's 4th grade where they do it.
Exactly.
Are we live?
So you think it's
I think so.
Or
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
it's because they want kids to
A
think.
few minutes, less than 3 minutes. Can I
Just think
stop?
about
Yeah, yeah. You're good.
Okay, coming back to order at 7:36. After that short recess. We just finished with agenda item number 12, and now we are going back to agenda item number 9, which is on page 126 of your packet.
Point of order. We did not debate. There was
Do we have the, did we
Did
just
we-
have the vote?
Do we vote?
We just had the vote,
have to
so
vote,
the
but we
point
did
is not well taken.
Okay.
Yeah. It's,
Did we skip debate?
Withdraw?
I'm not sure.
And vote.
We did vote.
Did we?
Can't remember.
I can't.
We did vote. We did vote.
Yeah,
But
I
don't
know
if
we just
did
voted.
Debate before it.
Do I need to go back and invite people to,
Voted.
Okay.
No, the vote's
yeah, we've already voted.
final.
Okay.
It's
So-
a reconsideration.
Catch me
Where
at
are
the
we?
time, but we are on agenda item number 9, which is on page 126 of the packet.
Thank you.
And this is a resolution regarding the the council's rules of procedure, and our town attorney has the floor to introduce the item.
Okay, a couple minor changes here based off the direction at the last meeting by council. One was to add a requirement to each general business item stating whether the town attorney reviewed the item. And the second item, substantive item, is related to rehashing a vote. I did my best to clarify that, but I wasn't completely sure what council's direction was there. But you'll see that at the top of page 139 in the packet, my attempt to clarify that issue. Those are the only 2 changes here. I would just note, I mean, I think there's some conversation in the last item, but we have already removed the removal proceedings from here. They're already in that code section we just adopted. Just to clarify that point.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'm not sure what the process is, so I'm going to ask for direction. But I would like to, to extend the effective date of the rules and procedures. Am I saying that correctly? The rules and procedures to the date of the ordinance approval. Does that make sense?
So I just want to clarify, I can get you there on the motion, but I want to clarify that the version of the rules that are currently adopted does not have removal proceedings in them. We removed them at the last meeting. So if you're looking to have removal proceedings covered in these rules until the code regarding the removal ordinance becomes effective, then we would have to add that removal language back into the rules.
So I would make a motion to add that language back into the rules.
Okay, so I can try to craft the motion, and then you tell me if I get it right. It's essentially a two-pronged. One is that the rules be amended to include the removal procedure that was previously included in the rules and now included in the town code, to include them in the rules. That's issue one. And issue two is to make that change effective. Actually, that's the only change, because you'd have to come back and change the rules again to remove them.
Okay,
So that's the only change.
okay.
So we don't really want to have that yet. You want to hear from our other council members.
Yes.
And then we'll hold that in, to the side, knowing that you want to make that motion.
Thank you.
Is there right, that motion to amend?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, see if there's
Is there
anything
other
else.
discussion from council about these rules?
I had a question for Mayor Protem Elgin. Is that because the code doesn't have a way to currently have a way for the mayor to be removed? Is that, I'm not sure what the.
No,
purpose.
my concern is if the ordinance is vetoed, then there would be a delay in moving forward with complaint processes.
Let me clarify. So the complaint process in the rules, it exists today. We're not changing that. The complaint process in the rules regarding the magistrate is not being changed, or at least it has not been considered to be changed in these rules. It applies today. It'll apply if you apply these or approve these rules as amended. So that complaint process exists today. It will exist in these new rules. That's sort of standalone. What we did with the ordinance related to the removal procedure is we didn't include new information related to removal. That function exists in your code. Today, it'll function if the ordinance is, when it becomes effective. What we did was we moved the actual hearing procedures for removal of when we spelled out what that hearing looks like for removal, we moved that from the rules to the code.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yes.
Okay. So the only gap here between the two effective dates is whether you spell out what actually has to happen at a removal hearing. That's the only gap.
Okay,
Otherwise, all those procedures exist today and once these ordinances and resolutions become effective.
so we could have a discussion about the gap.
Correct. And again, the only gap is related to how the hearing is conducted. So for instance, in the code that you just passed, it talks about the maximum time limits each party gets to present their case.
Right,
So that's the type of minutia that would be
okay.
the only minutia that there's a gap in.
But when we initially used these procedures and drafted them the first time, we did that at the time that a removal had been initiated.
Exactly right. So I think that's a really important part, that that gap, I would highly recommend you would fill right before that hearing regardless, if it wasn't already filled.
Okay, okay,
And you could do so, making it effective immediately.
thank you.
Yeah.
Is that all clear? Councilmember Debner, I see your,
So from my understanding, in the event that there would be a hearing set and we would have to exercise the removal procedures, we could, just prior to that process, plug this gap in order to use it.
Exactly right. And again, that would be in the incredibly limited case that you get a removal procedure prior to that ordinance becoming effective.
Is there other discussion or questions? Councilmember Bailey?
Just gotta find it. Sorry. I was just looking at page 130 of the packet, 206 of the rules of procedure. So there's item number under meeting agenda 4, so 5.4. It says that at the start of each meeting, the mayor shall ask if any council member has a conflict of interest related to any agenda item and whether they would like to remove any item from the consent agenda. But then in 6, it says, prior to the motion to approve, a council member may request the removal of an item on the consent agenda. So it's kind of duplicative, and also I like the way 4 spells out how it's like you're not having to ask to have something removed. You're being asked if you want something removed. So it's a subtle difference and repetitive, but I also would prefer how it's represented in number 4 as opposed to the number 6.
Yeah, actually, that's a great catch. Prior to the motion to approve, Councilmember may request. Yeah, so that's just a duplicative sentence there. Good catch.
Number 4 should also say, in addition to asking about conflicts of interest, the first time that we instituted that, I also added or any other changes to the agenda.
Okay.
That's the moment when changes to the agenda should be asked for. And so then you ask, do you want to remove anything from the consent agenda? And or do you have any changes to the agenda? If not, we will consider the agenda approved and move forward.
Yeah,
So I think we can probably make both of those changes by amendment tonight. Are there any others before I can read them back?
I do. In number 9 on the same page, it says that any item requested by a council member shall be added to the next available council meeting. I'd like to be able to narrow that gap if there's desire from the council to bring that forward sooner than the next regular meeting. I'd like to be able to narrow that gap. If my fellow council members would approve that.
Sorry,
Councilmember Debner,
what
I'm
section
going
is
to
it
just
in?
put you on hold for 1 second while we make sure that our town attorney has clarity here. She's talking about
Number
agenda
9.
item number
Okay.
9 on page 2 of the draft rules.
It's under meeting agenda.
And how would you propose to do it differently rather than next available council meeting?
Well, say for example, council members wanted to call a special meeting to,
Oh, I hear you.
yeah. So that, you're not stuck where you can't call a meeting if you want to change something. You don't have to wait until the next regular meeting.
Councilmember Debner, did you have an idea for that?
I had that same thought.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to word it though, so.
Council meeting, unless a special meeting is called in accordance with these rules.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that page, did I have the page wrong when I was talking
I
about?
think it's 130.
Okay.
Yeah, page 130.
Are you going to be able to list out the
I
amendments?
think so.
Okay.
Is there any others?
Let me keep scrolling.
Can I give the floor to Councilmember Debner while you're looking
Sure.
for more? Councilmember Debner.
I just have 2 items. One would be a suggestion to fix that number 9. You could just put in parentheses, next scheduled or requested meeting by council request of 2 or more. And then the other thought I had for number 4, it mentions the mayor shall ask if any council member has a conflict of interest, but we should also consider if the mayor would have a conflict of interest as well.
Okay. Yeah, good call. Thank you.
Okay, going back to Councilmember Bailey.
And then on page 131, the actions of council, number 7, it says pursuant to charter, section 4.3 ordinances are required for every legislative act making an appropriation. I don't know if you need that second act. Do you think you need?
I think I copied it straight from your charter.
Oh, okay.
It's exactly from the charter.
Yeah.
A little rang it to me as a little superfluous. I was in editor mode. And then in number 9, the same section, same page, also would like to council to retain the authority to overturn a veto at a special meeting as well.
Gotcha.
Not the next regular council meeting. So similar wording as to the last one.
Shall we please? I gotcha. Yep.
You're referring to the section numbers in the list of amendments, right? Not
Yes,
the
that's
PDF page numbers.
Yes, that's 6-9.
Yeah.
And we'll include similar language related to 5-9, which is, I'll state there at the end. Okay, those are good. Anything else?
Councilmember Debner?
I have a question for clarification under 5.3. So we have that new box where it says the attorney has reviewed the item. Is that referring to the ordinance specifically, or the ordinance and the exhibits? I guess that's maybe one clarification that we could.
Yeah, so if an ordinance, or let's say a resolution is approving a purchase and sale agreement, then if the box is checked, it means that I reviewed that purchase and sale agreement.
Thank
That
you.
would be attached to the resolution.
Thank you for the clarification.
The way we have it right now is that you reviewed on the current, our town administrator made the change already on your current staff reports. And so she's specifying what items he's reviewed in that staff report.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Solves it. Unless you guys want to specify in the rules differently.
I guess I would be interested in specifying, instead of calling it an item, we could say ordinance and exhibits, or unless is item like a term that's very
I'll
common.
wordsmith it.
Okay.
Yeah, items related to the agenda item, and I think your staff has more particularly described in the staff reports which elements of the items I am reviewing. So,
Are you trying to make a rule that specifies that the town attorney shall review all the items in the packet?
No, I'm just
Okay.
asking for clarity as far as, and just for understanding, since that's a change.
Well, and I think we have to think about that, because if there's budget documents, that's not necessarily going to be
Right.
Austin for review, that's going to be myself and Lorraine.
right.
So we don't want to pigeonhole that he's supposed to be reviewing certain items that's not in his purview.
Yeah.
So that's why I need to wordsmith it a little bit.
So I think the general language in the rules gives your town administrator that discretion.
Thank you.
I have a question for council. We've been at every meeting revisiting these rules, and so we haven't gotten to a place where we can really post them on the website very affirmatively. Do you want to see on the website under council stuff, do you want to see each time I guess I know the answer to the question, never mind. I was just thinking it through.
The answer
So,
is
yes, the answer is yes. I understand. I don't think because it was approved, the problem is when it's approved with these kinds of amendments, we can't post it until the amendments get made.
Correct, and then you sign the resolution.
Yeah, and then the resolution gets signed, but you guys don't see it again. So the next time you'll see it, if this were to pass with these amendments, you won't see it again before it comes out on the website.
You can let us know.
Then we'll email it to you as well, yeah,
That'd be great.
yeah. Councilmember Debner?
So I guess that would be the advantage of having a discussion prior to the regular meeting vote. So that we could hash out the details in conversation and then come with a final document that we're not anticipating making edits to.
In an ideal world. Councilmember Bailey?
I just had page 133, item number 10, the top of the page, about the rehashing.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I'd like to have a conversation about what constitutes rehashing and instead of like just, I feel like there's been an attempt to get clarity on the past occurrences, and it's been classified as being rehashing. And I know that we can always do point of order, and I just feel like this rule might benefit from some further specificity.
Yeah, and
This is one of the main reasons why these rules came back for council direction.
Right.
Is because Mayor Pro Tem asked for a discussion about that specific issue, that specific rule. And our town attorney pointed out that it says specifically outside of an open meeting, that inside of an open meeting, that conversation is fair game. Outside of an open meeting is what this rule is pertaining to. But I still think it's worth a conversation at the council table. Do you have anything else to add?
nope, that was helpful. I guess I do. I was just gonna state, like, this has been a hard one for me, just like to clarify, because I don't know what you're looking for me to further clarify.
I just felt like we were the discussion was being shut down when we were trying to have it, and it was in an open meeting, and so it didn't sit well with me.
So hopefully the way that it's clarified now, what that specifically stated, gets you there.
Yeah, I mean, it helps a lot, for sure.
Okay.
I just wanted to make,
But I do feel like that it's worth more of a conversation, because I feel like there's something here that is going to be very difficult for all of us, right? After the vote, if this is how we want to keep it, this means that we're not going out into the community and talking about it in a way that is like, yeah, I didn't agree with that. Whereas Sam Light at Sursa specifically spoke to how you might do that in a best practices way, where you would be allowed to go out into the community and say, yeah, I didn't agree with that, but ultimately we used this process and we landed here, and I support the process. And so we might want to think about whether or not we go closer to what Sam Light was talking about. This language doesn't really seem consistent with what he had said. Councilmember Bailey?
I feel like council members should have the opportunity to differentiate themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And this wouldn't allow you to do that.
Yeah,
It wouldn't allow you to do it at all.
I think you'd have to get rid of the speak as one body point.
Or maybe
I
just the whole
understand
thing.
Or just the whole thing.
rationale for it, but it just doesn't allow any differentiation.
Yeah, so maybe you can try just removing it and then seeing
I
if you need to
remember-
revisit it later.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I remember where it came from. It came from a place of wanting us to speak with respect for each other in the community. That's where it originated from. So that if there's a way we could use the language to recraft it and say we will not, because our rules say we won't speak, we won't personally demean each other. I don't know exactly how it's put, but in our decorum section, there are rules about that. But that's at the table. And so the idea of this rule initially was, let's not go out into the community and demean each other. Councilmember Bailey?
I think that's perfectly acceptable, but I think you can differentiate yourselves in a respectful fashion. And you can just state the facts. I voted for this other council member didn't vote for it. This is how the vote landed.
Mm-hmm. Would you want to try to rephrase how we could say that? For maybe just we strike that entire sentence and say it differently?
I think if you go to this is the one you were talking about, I think.
Yeah, recognize that we are part of a team to make the town better, and that our teamwork is one of the critical elements the residents must use to determine if they trust their government or not. Maybe that does it already.
Yeah, I feel like we could just remove it.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem?
I was going to say, what are council's thoughts about removing it entirely?
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think it should just be removed.
Okay.
I'm in support of removing it. I mean, really kind of the underlying tone is that the rules of decorum should not be used to kind of silence policy disagreement.
And so we want to hear from Councilmember Lasher and Councilmember Davis, if we all agree on removing that in general. Councilmember Davis?
I would agree with the Councilmember Debner and Allegine and change it.
Okay, we've added that to the list. Are there other discussion items? Requests for amendments to the rules? Councilmember Debner?
So we added that section about suspending the rules of procedure. But I thought one clarifying statement we could add is rules may not be suspended to bypass conflict of interest rules or voting requirements. It's adding specificity, so I'd be curious what your perspective is.
Help me understand it a little bit better.
What page is that?
Essentially, trying to prevent a situation where we're going to suspend the rules of procedure so that way a conflict of interest disclosure doesn't have to happen.
I see what you're saying. So in that case, because it's actually required by both our code and state law that you must disclose conflicts of interest before voting on a matter, our rules couldn't amend the rules in that way. So I think we'd be okay there. But is there another situation you're concerned about? Essentially, I think the scenario you're thinking about is if we create a right in these rules that you don't want suspended, do you want to put a guardrail on that suspension? Which I think is a great point. In the example you gave, though, that it wouldn't apply to that scenario because it's created by state law and then reiterated in our town code.
Okay. So it'd only be things in this rules of procedure that are not in our code that we would want to maintain regardless.
Exactly.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question? No? Councilmember Bailey?
On page 133, letter I, 6I, it says that council must listen attentively to public commenters, but no response shall be given to any public comment, provided that the mayor may direct staff to follow up on the public comment. I'd like to clarify that council as a majority can also direct staff to follow up on public comments, since we've actually done this.
Sure. Provided that the mayor or a majority of council.
By motion.
Right. Okay.
And then I just have one last one. Page 134, 7B2 is super minor. Like, I think you could change all those semicolons to commas because there's no complex structure to that sentence.
Hold on, one more time, sorry.
7B on number 2. It's got a bunch of, semicolons in there. You could change all those to commas because there's no complex structure.
Okay, I hear you, I'm learning too.
It's a very minor thing because I'm in editing mode lately.
Yeah, it's good for
Guilty.
me to know, yeah.
It's really minor.
And I'll try to just get those last two cross-references down.
That's all I had.
Councilmember Davis, do you have any requests for changes?
Not at this moment.
Do any other council members, we're giving our town attorney a few minutes to get his list of amendments together. Do we have any other amendments we would like to propose for discussion for the body?
Sorry, Councilmember Bailey, can you give me the cross-references of the public comment, the last revision you made, or second to last?
Yeah, let me. 133, so that's page 133. It's 6I.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm almost there. 1 second here. Seven. Okay, I think I've got them. Shall I read them off?
Yeah, so I'm going to say we're looking for a motion to approve with the following amendments.
In section 5-4, add amendments to the agenda and add mayor to the conflicts of interest. In section 5-6, remove the second sentence and make consistent with 5-4. In 5-9, add unless a special meeting is called in accordance with these rules. In 6-9, make the same change regarding special meeting. In 7-4F, Roman numeral 10, remove altogether. In 7-6, Roman numeral I, add or a majority of council by motion for responses to public comments. And then lastly, in 7-7B, Roman numeral 2, change semicolons to commas.
So moved.
We have a so moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
We will move on now to debate. Thank you. So is there any debate from our council on this motion as amended? Councilmember Debner.
I just want to say I'm really proud of how far we've come, and I've enjoyed working at the table with all of you. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bailey.
Just want to thank Austin for making these amendments on the fly.
Yeah, no worries.
Will the clerk please call the roll call vote?
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. We are on agenda item number 10, which is page 141 of our packet. And our town attorney has the floor to introduce the agenda item.
Yep, and so this is just before you out of process. So this was an ordinance that was approved on first and second reading by town council and then was later vetoed by the mayor. She prepared a memo to council to explain the reason for her veto. So per our rules, it's in front of the council again as an item for reconsideration. If council wants to move the item forward, it would take a 2/3 majority vote. And there's that 2/3 again, Councilmember Devner. That's all I have.
I'm surprised that the memo that I prepared for the veto wasn't in the packet. Doesn't it seem like it should be in the packet in the case of a veto? Otherwise, how does the public see it?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Maybe we can add that to the meeting minutes. I don't know how to best correct that or address that.
Maybe it could be amended. Are we amending the packet to include the table settings?
Oh, then yeah, we could add it
We
there.
could add it
And
there
then repost.
so that there's all the information is there.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Okay. Is there any discussion from council? Councilmember Davis?
Well, the charter shows the vetoed ordinance comes back to the next meeting. Correct?
Is that a question?
No, the charter doesn't state that it comes to the next meeting. It just states that if council wants to approve the ordinance over the mayor's veto, then it requires a 2/3 majority. But our rules recently clarified that when there is a veto exercised by the mayor, that it would be automatically placed on the next agenda.
Or
Okay, thank you.
Or special.
our current rules? Yeah, at the time, yeah. Any other discussion? And we're looking for a motion to approve over the mayor's veto as presented.
Yeah, you need 2/3.
And we'll need 2/3. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any debate? Any statements for or against? Councilmember Debner.
I believe council acted intentionally when we adopted the ordinance, so I'm inclined to support an override. So that way the direction we previously adopted can move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Bailey?
I just want to clarify that the vote was 5-1 on the last reading.
Any other council statements? Councilmember Davis?
Not at this moment.
Will the clerk please call the vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Debner,
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher,
No.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. We are on to agenda item number 11, which is on page 146 of the packet, I believe. Yes. And our town attorney has the floor.
So no changes from first reading. This is the maximum penalties ordinance. Happy to answer any questions.
Any discussion? So,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
This is actually a question for the chief. During the discussion, I have a question for the chief. Who can issue speeding tickets on Sheridan? What happens when they do? Can Mountain View cite the speeding going northbound?
No, so the jurisdiction line is the middle of the median in between 44th and 41st. So yeah, no, and to answer your question, no, just southbound traffic.
And just technically speaking, that's not really germane to the ordinance on the floor, with all due respect.
Point of information. Could you
Councilmember Devner,
further clarify specifically why it's not germane
Yeah.
town attorney.
for education?
Yeah. So we're just talking generally about maximum penalties set in accordance with state law. So that's really the only thing changing in this ordinance. I think the question's a good one. It's probably more appropriately brought up as a part of staff reports where you can ask general questions to that nature.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I brought this up prior, but I'd like to have a discussion about home rule.
Uh-huh.
And our home rule, it seems to me that we use our home rule because we enjoy governing ourselves.
Right.
And that it's almost like we cherry pick our home rule status. So I'd like to have a discussion about what the recommendations are versus what our home rule preference would be.
Yeah, it's a great question. So again, this matters before you because the Colorado Supreme Court stepped in. And the Colorado Supreme Court said, and the case was against home rule municipalities, several of them, which were condensed into one decision, which is now referred to as CAMP. And in that decision, again, against these home rule municipalities, the specific finding was that home rule municipalities, you cannot exceed the maximum penalties to which we set in state law. And keep in mind, the only way that type of ruling would apply is to home rule municipalities, because statutory municipalities could never do anything different from what the state sets. And so this was another example, and we're finding quite a lot recently, where either a combination of the legislature or the Colorado Supreme Court are really cutting back at traditional home rule authority. And we're going to see a lot more of that in this session by the Colorado legislature, and I'll be sure to keep the council up to date on that.
Okay.
But in my view, council's determination is fairly quite simple. You can either choose to comply with the law, state law, and basically, bend the knee to allow state law to preempt local government matters, or you can fight back and take the risk of a suit.
I'm just gonna jump on just something that Councilmember Davis said. So let's say, I just need a better understanding. Let's say we have someone driving down Sheridan and they're going 75 miles an hour, right? And then we have someone who's driving down I-25 at 70 miles an hour. Well, for us, the impact is far more serious in terms of public safety, in my opinion.
Right.
And so we would have to adhere to the same amount dollar-wise to the penalty.
Yep. And I think that's a great example. I think the jurisdictions who were sued in this matter raised those examples and said, who's better to set let's, try issues that are taking a lot of resources and are creating a lot of endangerment for the safety, rather than the people who are actually affected by it. And the Colorado Supreme Court didn't buy it.
Okay.
I would encourage Mayor Pro Tem and all council members who are concerned about this issue to be actively paying attention to the legislative committee with CML and testifying at the legislative board when these issues come up, because they are in front of the legislative body frequently.
Yeah. And this session is a big one.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to, Councilmember Bailey, and then I'll come to you.
I just wanted to say, I was going to bring this up I was going to ask this question in my council member report, but since we're on the topic, Dr. Cog, the Denver Regional Council of Governments, actually has a legislative team who keeps an eye on certain bills, and they seek input from the board of directors as to what stance Dr. Cog should have, and a lot of these are home rule that's going on right now. And so there was a lot of discussion at the last meeting, and so I actually had a question about which I'll get into in my report, but how council wants to what extent council wants to have these discussions as a body, or just have me, sort of use my best discretion, or if you want to have a broader discussion of it. So I was going to ask that question later.
Mm-hmm. See, the Mayor's Caucus has similar situations where they ask the mayors for input on home rule issues, and you do your best to represent your town. But yeah, let's have that on a future agenda schedule, so that as a summary for just administratively, I'll go ahead and ask that we put that on the future agenda schedule for discussion.
Because the towns are actually voting on it. Bodies are voting on whether or not what they want the regional governance structure to do as a body, and we haven't historically done that, so it definitely support that decision.
Yeah. Councilmember Debner?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if that could be a future agenda topic, because advocacy seems like a third option other than being subject to governing authority and
Totally.
litigation.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. I remember in our last discussion that I did bring up that CML was supportive of the home rule viewpoint.
Yeah.
And then we talked about that was not your recommendation.
Yeah, so they actually submitted an amicus brief, which is when a non-party submits to a lawsuit. And again, the Supreme Court didn't buy a single argument, didn't even mention them in their holding. In my view, my job is, again, I see it as fairly limited. It's to keep your legal risk as low as possible. So my recommendation is always to comply with the applicable state and federal law. And in the cases when you choose not to, I'd prefer that we have that discussion in executive session so I can inform you fully of sort of the consequences, how we might navigate it. But happy to have that conversation if you prefer.
Is this something that you feel strongly about with regards to this ordinance specifically, where you would like to recommend continuing it for an executive session discussion?
No, I just, I see that we are conflicted in our home rule practice and how we move forward. So we do home rule in some instances, and then others we disregard that. So that's why I brought up that
I think
concern.
we act as a home rule municipality consistently while limiting our risk from a legal point of view when the state or the federal government has already spoken that we don't have those rights anymore.
Right.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Bailey.
Just to reiterate, like our town attorney told us in the first reading that, of course, CML is they're an advocacy group. They're gonna come out for the rights of home rule, but they're not gonna pay our legal bill.
Right.
Great.
Exactly right.
Okay, so I think we're looking for a motion to approve it as presented.
Yep. No changes.
So moved.
Second.
And is there any debate? Any statements affirmative or against? Therefore, will the clerk please call the roll? Call. Vote.
Councilmember Bailey?
Yes.
Councilmember Debner?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher?
Yes.
Councilmember Randolph?
Yes.
Motion passes. We are skipping agenda item number 12 because we moved that up in the agenda and moving to agenda item number 13, which is page 158 of our packet. Ms. Campfield, would you like to introduce this, or this is from both of us. Do you want me to walk it through? I'll walk us through it. So there was a motion, a second, and a vote on council to clarify how the mayor's pay ordinance got passed. And the questions were, how was the language of the second reading drafted, the language on the amended ordinance, and did the ordinance language match the motion to amend the language? And what draft of the ordinance was the mayor referring to at the February 2nd meeting? And so our Ms. Campfield and I did our best to just work through those questions and bring it back to you in full detail. And the answer to the first question is the language was initially considered in the workshop. There's kind of a multi-part process where we go through and we start to talk about how the amendments will get articulated in the workshop. There was brief discussion in the town about future-proofing the ordinance in case of a governance change if there was not a town administrator and instead there would be a town manager. So after brief discussion, the town attorney agreed that was prudent, and that language kind of got captured and moved forward. And you'll see in the report that we presented, there's a timestamp so that you can go and listen to that specific part of the meeting and see for yourself. And then also, in answer to that question in this memo, there is the specific and exact language from the transcript. So then to the next step was that same meeting, that same night, we moved into the regular meeting, and that discussion continued and was pulled forward. And again, the town attorney suggested specific language pertinent to that concept. And again, you'll see the timestamp and the specific transcript there. And then after further discussion in that same meeting, the motion was specifically stated. The motion was made to fill in the first blank with 78,000 with no benefits, the second blank with 39,000 with no benefits, and to add the following language in section 1, quote, or town manager in the case of a governance change occurs. And so there was a so moved. That was the end of the drafting of that amended language. After the vote was taken, that concluded the language. That's the language that then went on to the amended ordinance that came in front of council at the second reading. And so then the next question was, did the ordinance language match the motion to amend language? And the answer is yes, the ordinance language matched the motion to amend. And then you'll see in the memo, there's a copy of the actual ordinance that was signed. And then the third question was, what draft of the ordinance was the mayor referring to at the February 2nd meeting? The answer is the mayor was referring to an incomplete earlier work version of the ordinance that was on her computer. That was not the final version in the packet and adopted by council, and the language was lacking clarity, which made her initially question how that ordinance read. And so due to the confusion, staff, we've talked and we've agreed that it's very important that we make sure that the language reflects the actual language and the intent. But I think it's also important to say that the exact intent of what council clearly intended, that's the exact impact that the second reading had. So there has been no nefarious impact from some of the phrasing or the clauses deviating from exactly like putting the words in the exact order. That when you read the second ordinance, or this, yeah, the amended ordinance, it's very clear what is intended there, and that's exactly the impact that it had. And we've made some process improvements going forward in order to have clear version control. One of those things is having the little checkbox on our staff reports so that we know that what's been reviewed by the attorney. And I'm open to questions. Councilmember Davis? Any questions or discussion? I'll assume none. Mayor Pro Tem?
I do have a question for the town clerk, because you spoke on behalf of both her and you and the clerk. What, can you share with us what your experience was when you went through this process?
In terms of what?
Well, in terms of the missing information, because you said there was I'm sorry, bear with me. You had something on your computer that you were looking at that we did not have access to, is that correct? Correct, is that correct? There was missing language? The mayor had missing language?
She had a draft of the ordinance on her computer that I did not have.
Okay, so she had a draft on her computer that why didn't you have a copy of that draft?
I was an interim clerk at the time, so I was not in a position to be making those amendments.
Okay. So who made those amendments when you were the interim clerk? Were they made while you were an interim clerk?
Yes.
And who made those amendments?
I did not make the
Okay.
amendment.
Did you make those amendments?
I think the answer has been very fully answered. I think this memo is as clear as it could possibly be. What about this memo is not clear?
I'm asking you a direct question. Did you make the amendments?
You drafted the amendments in the meeting. So during the workshop, should I go through it again?
Yes.
During the workshop, on August 18th, Mayor Pro Tem Bailey expressed concerns regarding future-proofing the ordinance. After brief discussion, the town attorney agreed that that was prudent and expounded on why it was prudent. Should we listen to the transcript?
So I think there was some questions about the transcript.
Okay.
Let me find my notes. Did we do a thumbs up? Did we do a thumbs up? We did not do a thumbs up.
The thumbs up would have had nothing to do with it. So the transcript goes like this. Mayor Pro Tem Bailey, at the time she was Mayor Pro Tem. I just had one quick question. I know we talked about this sort of briefly with our town attorney about the potential for like sort of future proofing if the council were to approve a mayoral pay increase, then the elected mayor, chose to hire a town administrator. But is there a way to future-proof it if I say there's a governance change and there's a town manager hired? If, say, there's a governance change and there's a town manager hired, is it easy to just do town administrator / town manager to help future-proof it because I don't want to get ourselves into a situation where, you approve this mayoral pay increase and then you change governance systems and then you're paying a town manager, but also paying a town, the mayor at that higher rate of pay. And the town attorney says, yeah, so you can absolutely do that. And I think that's a great idea to sort of future-proof this. And I think really what Councilmember Bailey is getting at is that as a reminder to council, per the emulance clause in the I'm not sure I pronounced that, in the Constitution and our charter also restates this, current elected officials can't change their own salary. So you're not going to be able to change this again until after the next election for each individual position to which you are adjusting. So if the mayor, you won't get another crack at this apple, that would be effective until 4 years from this November. So thinking about all of those future scenarios that might come into play and that 4-year gap is really prudent. And I think that's a great addition. We can add that to the resolution, no problem. So that was the beginning of the drafting of that amendment. But it was during the workshop. So there was no real formal action taken. It was a concept that was carried forward into the regular meeting. And so during the regular meeting then, at that next stage of the process, we go to timestamp point 53.02, where the mayor says, so we've got, this was after discussion, but again, this is the beginning of drafting it in a formal action. So we've got sort of a broad thing on the table of 70 with benefits in the first blank and 35 with benefits in the second blank, plus the amendment of adding in the administrator or town manager. And the town attorney said, so you could even say, or town manager in the case that the governance structure has changed. So that is the language that started to draft it. And then there was more discussion about the numbers. And then later on in the meeting at an hour, 0.07.50, and you have that link to the recording there. This is where the language was specifically drafted. We've slowly gotten more and more specific. Mayor says, so it would be a motion to amend, the same way that we do this. I'm taking myself outside of the transcript. This is the same way we're doing the motions to amend at the table, where then everybody says so moved afterwards. You are drafting the language for the motion at that point. So the mayor says at this point, so it would be a motion to amend to fill in the first blank with 78,000 and no benefits, and the second blank with 39,000 and no benefits, and add to section 1, or town manager in the case that a governance change occurs. May I see a thumbs up or a so moved? Councilmember Unger then asked, this is no benefits? I said, correct. Councilmember Unger said, so moved. So that was where the language for the amended ordinance was crafted. Councilmember Randolph.
I just have a question, because I did listen to this recording. I was not on council at the time. So when you took the vote, you said we're going to vote, and all you said was 78,000 and no benefits and 39,000. When you did the actual vote on the recording after this. So I'm
Once
asking,
they say so moved,
you don't have to read the whole thing?
no.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Councilmember Bailey.
I have a question for our town attorney. Were you intending the phrase "in the case of a governance change," in the case that a governance change occurs, to be part of that language? Because my initial recommendation was to just literally have, town administrator / town manager. So it's just, because it's
the clause in the
nomenclature.
case of a governance
Yeah, the clause,
change.
because it's in the nomenclature, town manager. Everybody knows if you have a town manager, you change the governance structure, because if you change from, mayor council to a council manager, that title of the job is going to be a town manager and not a town administrator. So I was just saying, town managers, town administrator / town manager. Were you intending that clause to be part of the ordinance?
Yes, because to me, I think it actually makes it clear for a lot of folks who don't understand the difference between the two title changes of what's the difference between a town administrator and a town manager. I don't think most folks could really answer that question. And so I think the additional clause answers that question to say that a town manager applies in the case of a governance change.
Councilmember Bailey.
I have a question for our town administrator. How did the mayor share? Did she share the draft of the February 2nd draft she was referencing? I think it was February 2nd. I can't remember the date that she was referencing. And how did she share the ordinance with you for placement in the packet? She emailed that to you?
I think that's a point where the mayor and I have agreed to disagree, and we could probably discuss in executive session.
I'll be really straight here. I think it's important that we put this to rest because it serves no purpose. The point of the ordinance had exactly the impact that council wanted it to have. Exactly. There was no difference in the impact. Whether or not my memory is exactly correct about how that second ordinance, that amended ordinance got drafted and got into the packet, or Ms. Campfield's, truly makes no difference. None whatsoever. I had every right. I'm not saying that I did. I don't think I did. I think I didn't draft it. But if I did, I would own it. And I will even say, let's say I did. It's okay. If I drafted it and that's the language that it had, it's okay. If Ms. Campfield drafted it and that's the language that it had, it's okay. It really doesn't matter. And trying to drive a wedge there doesn't help anything. Memory is infallible, and it really does not matter who drafted that exact language. We have solved the problem in terms of version control. We've worked hard to answer exactly the questions that you asked, and the ordinance on second reading, as passed, had exactly the impact that it was supposed to have. And I would even be willing to go so far as to say, fine, let's say that I am not remembering it correctly, and I will just say, I drafted it. Okay, what impact does that have? None. There is no issue. I had every right to draft. I'm gonna say I drafted it, just for sake of argument, so we can stop this. Let's say I drafted it. I'm gonna say I drafted it. I drafted it. And so what? The language reflects council's intent. The intent had exactly the impact of the ordinance had exactly the impact that council wanted it to have. There is no need to dispute it.
I think that
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think that it does matter. And I think the reason why it does matter is because it is clear that there is resistance to us moving forward in terms of governance change and in terms of administrator, because we had to override a veto today. And that seems to be a personal concern regarding the salary. And had we not addressed this, how would we have
Okay, I'm going to say that's out of order.
How is that out of order?
You're assuming personal intent, and that is disrespectful. We give each other the benefit of the doubt, and you don't know why. The memo about the veto did not have anything about the salary. That doesn't have anything to do with this. You don't know my motives. I am assuming best intent for everybody here at the table. And I am following you. I'm not resisting this ordinance in any way whatsoever. If you can point to a place in which I resisted this ordinance, I would welcome that conversation. But I have not resisted this ordinance. I do not have any resistance to this ordinance. I worked with the clerk in order to, if you object to it, I ruled it on not well taken because, I'm sorry, I said that was a point of order. You can object to it and then I will rule on that if you like. But
I do object to the point of order. You asked me, why does it matter? And I'm sharing, we have to vote.
So what is your objection?
My objection is that you asked us to have a discussion. Why does this matter? Why would you drafting it matter? So what? It does matter. It matters for transparency. It matters for public trust. It does matter.
So we'll have to have a vote on whether the point of order is overruled.
It wasn't really a point of order. I called it out of order.
Oh.
And she objected to me calling it out of order.
Oh, so yeah,
It's really different.
yeah. So it would have needed to be raised as a point of order
Yeah.
from Mayor
Yeah.
Pro Tem.
So The point is, before we had a town administrator at this point, now you can order.
Point of order.
Okay, now you
We
can.
should be voting on.
So you can't vote on it
So-
because.
So I think, yeah,
Advise.
procedurally, Councilmember Algin or Mayor Pro Tem Algin would need to raise a point of order. That was the mayor's point. So if you said point of order, why am I being called out of order? Then she could rule on that. And then if you don't agree with the ruling, then you can appeal it to the All of Council.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Point of order, why am I being ruled out of order?
Okay, so you're stating your point of order is please state your point of order again.
My point of order is you made a statement saying, why does it matter? It does matter for public trust and transparency.
That's not a point of order.
But I think the point of order she's getting at is whether you're calling her out of order was actually well taken or not. And I think her answer there, or her language there, was her argument towards why she raised the point of order.
Right, the point of order is the rules are not being followed. So if you could please point to a rule that's not being followed, then I can rule on that point of order.
Point of information, wouldn't it be objecting to the ruling of the chair?
Yes.
I didn't have a rule at that point because there wasn't a point of order. She could have objected to it right then, but she didn't. Now there is a point of order on the floor. So I'm asking to point to the rule that I
Okay.
have broken.
I'm going to seek council's advice.
That's not a
Attorney's
point of, you can seek the attorney's advice,
That's-
not
that's
counsel.
what I'm
Okay,
saying.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying the
No.
full counsel.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Debner just kind of gave the reasoning, and it's that the cutting off of your discussion was not in accordance with the rules. So that's your point of order.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's look to our rules, which are in our packet. Finding the correct page number, just a minute. So we start our rules on page 129. Now, there are some amendments, but that you don't see in those. But under decorum, there's something about be respectful and attentive to tone, words, and body language. When you say that you're assuming my intent, to me, that's not respectful because you don't know my intent. I haven't talked about my intent to this ordinance at all. You assuming an intent that is not accurate, that is disrespectful in my mind. We should not be assuming intent. We should be giving people the benefit of the doubt. And intent, all of us at the table have different perspectives that we're coming to, but what we have to follow is our words and our actions.
My intent was not to be disrespectful, and I believe that we are diverting from.
I'm sorry,
the
there's
issue.
not debate on a point of order. So, an objection. There's not debate on an objection. However, now it is time for the council to vote on, do you want to sustain the mayor's objection, or do you want to overrule the mayor's objection? If you want to sustain it, that means it stays the same. If you want to overrule it, then the point gets reversed and the point of order is taken away. Does that all make sense? So the Mayor Pro Tem said that she wasn't being disrespectful, and my point of order doesn't stand. You can sustain and say my point of order does stand. You can object and say my point of order does not stand. And the point of information?
Point of information, so then does Liel need to speak if it doesn't stand?
No, it's not debatable, then it just moves on. Then we continue our conversation. That's all it is. It's just working through the details. So the clerk is going to call the vote, and you're voting yes if you want to. I get it confused. If you want to overrule the chair's ruling.
Mayor Pro Tem Algeen,
Yes.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
You're muted.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Debner.
Yes.
Councilmember Lasher.
No.
Councilmember Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes. Now we're continuing on with our discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat myself for a third time that I do believe that it does matter. It matters for public trust. It matters for transparency. And so to act as if we're just going to dismiss this and that it doesn't mean anything or have any impact, I think it does. How do we repair that?
What needs to be repaired?
Well, when there's questions about your dismissal of and the agreeing to disagree, right? There's clearly a disagreement, and the remark that it just doesn't matter. I feel that it does matter. And I've stated the reason why, for transparency and public trust. So now when residents read this and they listen to the recordings, they will ask us questions.
What kinds of questions would you get?
I would not know how many questions or what questions I would get.
To me, it's so clear. It's so entirely clear. Like, I have every right to update an ordinance based on specifically the language that council drafted in an open meeting. I have every right to do that. That's my job at that point in time.
Point of order. I don't think we've heard from all the council.
Well, I am answering the questions that Mayor Pro Tem Algeen is asking me. However, let's continue to hear from everybody else. Councilmember Debner.
So I do think wording matters, and I think that just given the concerns that we had about this ordinance, it was worthwhile to investigate and to prepare a summary document so we could all have a shared understanding of what happened in the process. And in this case, so on page 160, there's a note that Austin Flanagan mentions the language isn't identical to the motion and is not identical between the two clauses, but he agrees that the intent is there. So I think that's like a good point to take, but it also reminds me that we need to be very mindful when we're making motions to amend that we're choosing our words carefully. And when we do the so moved, that we're paying very close attention to what word choice is being made, because depending on the word choice, you could change the meaning and intent behind the ordinance. So I guess just my observation is it's important to just be specific in the wording and very cognizant, because, you know, if we're not careful, we can erode trust at the table and with the public, and we're really stewards of that trust.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Bailey? I'm sorry, Councilmember Bailey?
I think Councilmember Lasher hasn't spoken yet.
I just am confused, I guess, like on what, I was the first person to reach out to Austin and Charity asking for this because I think this is a big deal and I wanted to know how everything happened. And I guess I'm just confused on like what is the issue still, that she wrote it. I'm just having a hard time like following, I guess. So can someone explain, can Mayor Pro Tem Algeen, like you're saying that like trust is broken, but it's like you don't trust Emily anyways. So it's like, I'm just confused.
Point of order, that's also an assumption.
Well, I feel like you've said it
So
multiple
we were just
times.
talking about
Excuse me,
decorum.
we don't go back and forth. You just raised a point of order. Can you please state your
My
point?
objection is that Councilmember Loescher made a statement that I don't trust you.
And how is
And
that
that's
breaking
an
the rules?
assumption.
Excuse me, how is that breaking the rules?
Didn't we just talk about decorum
Are you
and
using this?
disrespect?
Please don't interrupt me. Are you using the same rule that you just said didn't count now? Let's be clear. What rule are you saying was broken? In your point of order, please state your rule.
I can't tell you because I don't have the rules in front of me. Okay? So.
Then I'm going to
Yes,
rule that
go
that
ahead.
point was not
Please.
well taken. Okay, please continue, Councilmember Lasher.
I just feel like there's so much animosity here that it's like we're never going to get through things, and it's just like everything is just no one's working together. Like we're not a team anymore. And so it's like, it's, to me, it's very clear, I think, what's going on, but it's like, how are we going to work through this? Like, I don't know what else, like, to move forward. Like, I just don't, like, how are we ever going to move forward if there's not trust, if there's not, I just don't know.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Bailey.
I just want to clarify that for the record, when I asked for this analysis to be done, that I don't think of elected officials as being staff members. And so my intent was for the town attorney and the town administrator to work together on putting forward this analysis. Just want to state that for the record. So I misspoke because I have a really difficult time thinking of an elected person as being a staff member.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I do.
Councilmember Randolph?
I just think, well, one, I want to ask Charity, did you actually write some of that, or was your name just put on the memo?
I reviewed it.
You reviewed it, but you didn't write it.
Provided feedback.
Okay. I just find
We
it
edited
very,
it twice. We worked on it together.
I just find it very hard when you say you can't remember, maybe she did it. I mean, it just kind of puts her, I think, in a spot of, it's hard for her to stand up for herself. And I think as mayor, you should know what you've done and what you haven't done. So you should be keeping track of ordinances and things you're changing, and because you're supposed to be the head, and if we're having to ask over and over, why is this being done or how's it being done, I don't feel that you're really doing your job in a roundabout way. So that's
Thank you
just
for
my
that
opinion.
feedback. To be clear, I am owning this. I am saying there's a difference of remembering for that, which is a normal human thing. And we should all remember that. Like, that is really an important thing at being human beings working together on a team, that human beings don't always remember everything perfectly. And we're all grown-ups here, and we recognize that we have to give each other some grace. And specifically because of what you just said, that concept, I understand that ultimately the buck stops with me. And that is why I am saying I drafted this. That's not how I remember it, but I'm going to assume that I did, because what I remember is different from what Ms. Campfield remembers, and that's okay. I'm just going to assume I did. And I own that. It's not perfectly drafted, but the most important thing is that maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I left out a comma or didn't include exactly the words. There's a sentence here. The second clause matches the motion. The second clause matches the motion language exactly. The first mostly does. I made a mistake on the first clause. That's okay. It had no impact. It's like saying we should use semicolons instead of commas when after the fact it actually just had exactly the same impact. Like, there is no lack of trust if I made a mistake. It's simply a word that wasn't perfect in terms of matching the exact language in the second part of the clause. But the truth is that the second reading had exactly the same impact that it was supposed to have. And when you read it on its face, you can't read it any other way. It's a little awkward, as we've all acknowledged, but you can't read it any other way. So what I'm struggling to understand is why, if the language on the second reading exactly had the same impact that it was supposed to have, and I drafted it, and we voted on it, and it had the impact that it was supposed to have, as I said, where is there a lack of trust? And we've been able to say, let's improve the process because we recognize we need to be very careful in these situations. Like, I don't see, you're presenting it as if I've done this horrible thing, but there's been no objection to the ordinance. None. And so I fail to understand where the problem is. I'm still struggling with that. I'm sorry, I think Councilmember Debner had his hand up first.
I guess, so one thought that's coming to mind is, I really view this as more of a governance concern than an individual concern, because the language was maybe ambiguous, there was concerns. And, while the legal opinion might read the words used and determine that the intent is still the same, not everyone has the same lens. And like some people can read sentences and interpret the same sentence differently. So I guess, all that to say is, I think it mattered that we did this, and it was worthwhile to investigate and to have this conversation, because it was necessary. But we also need to be mindful that we are part of a team, and our teamwork is one of the critical elements that residents use to decide whether they trust their local government. And I think we can build that trust with just continued determination to be respectful, to slow down, and to use our rules and procedures, because they exist so we can have those hard conversations effectively and efficiently.
Thank you. Well put. Councilmember Randolph?
So I agree with Councilmember Debner that things need to slow down some. I think some of the issues with this is that you were voting on a raise or talking about a raise on August 18th, and ballots had already gone out and people hadn't signed up. I think it was pushed so close to when ballots were due that I don't think it should have been several months before that. And I think once we do the strategic planning and we actually have a calendar and we have a list of things that are coming up and we're going to do, because I have seen a lot of last minute, just since I've been on council, I need you to do this Zoom meeting now because this fell through the cracks. And I think the strategic planning will prevent some of that. I think that's very important.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Bailey?
I also would like it if Councilmember Debner could kind of reiterate what his experience was when he asked procedurally how to remove something from the consent agenda, specifically this ordinance. I know you mentioned it at the last meeting. I just think it's worthy, since we're having the conversation, it's worth having.
Another discussion agenda item?
Let me go back to this agenda item is.
I guess so. Yeah. So was it a couple meetings ago? It came to discussion that I had requested the procedure for removing this ordinance in question from the consent agenda for additional discussion and deliberation. It was, I think I was only 3 months at the table at that point. So it's kind of a learning curve when you join council. Come a long way, but it was difficult stepping into this space, just given the nature of how I got elected. But I do think that our current rules and procedure allow a more transparent way of bringing items to the table for discussion. And I guess my perspective and, kind of what's important to me is transparency and just forward-looking improvement. Like, really, if we can put in corrective and preventative actions, like we've done some, this comes from my work experience, to help build that trust and have those transparent conversations, I think that goes a long way. And that's going to serve this town and the residents for a long time. Yeah, had I, hoped that we could maybe have more discussion. Yeah, but I was also the only dissenting vote when it passed. And now we have a rule in place that all the second readings are part of the agenda, so there is opportunity for discussion. So I guess that's my perspective on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Debner. Any further discussion before we move on? Councilmember Davis?
I'd like to commend working with the council, Councilmember Debner and Pro Tem Algeen, Bailey, and Randolph, and of course Lesher. I think it's very important that we maintain some kind of trust with the community and own up to what we know. And moving forward, I hope that we can get past our differences and bring forth a good set of governance in this state or in this town.
Thank you very much for that statement, Councilmember Davis. Okay, if there's no objection, we will move on to our agenda item number 14, which is our staff reports. Chief Nesbitt, you are first.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just real quick, I had the staff report from the police department. I just want to cover something super quick. If I could have Officer Coleman stand up real quick. On March 3rd, Officer Coleman made a traffic stop for literally was a traffic infraction. As a result of that stop, 167 grams of fentanyl in pill form and in pure form recovered from inside the vehicle. He also recovered 16 grams of powdered cocaine, which I haven't seen in a long, long time. So they both worked this entire case. It was filed by them. The evidence was processed by them. They did an outstanding job. And the defendant in this case is being held in Jefferson County with a $100,000 cash-only bond. So they did an outstanding job.
Corporal King was involved too, I think.
I'm sorry?
Was Corporal King involved?
Yeah, Corporal King. Yeah, they were both. They were both. There was actually, it's actually Officer Coleman stopped, but and clearly, Corporal King helped out with the process of this whole thing. So just a big round of applause for both of them. I did give everyone a handout. There is, I believe the first one is patches. Sarge will have these out at his forum. But you guys are more than willing to vote on any one of these and turn them in to me. You can email me if you want to scan it or drop it off, however you want to do it. I've never been a huge fan of these, but I can tell you, I think the folks that I kind of gave this to everybody in the department. You guys turn one in, we'll take a look at them and we'll put the 5 up and see who votes for what. So it's I think either one of them would look great, but it's kind of a nice idea just to kind of leave it up to the community. So yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think Corporal King actually mentioned that every time we go on a call, everybody says that we work for Lakeside. So now it says on our shirt that we don't. Second thing in there was actually this is dated incorrectly. It's actually, that date hasn't happened yet. So this actually came in today. Officer Nelson Duncan made a traffic stop, gave the driver after kind of hearing what was going on with him. He actually took the time to call in and thank you for his professionalism. It's nice to hear those things. Usually you hear the bad stuff. I just wanted to give this out to everybody that, it's nice to hear the good parts too. So it's and I wouldn't expect any less from him. He's a great officer, and I expected to hear something like this eventually, but it was nice for this gentleman to call in. So yeah. And Austin, I think you sent this back to me. Last meeting, the council wanted to see the CCIC audit. You sent that back to me. We will email it out tomorrow. You guys will all have that. So it's super exciting. So make sure you got a warm cup of coffee because it is incredibly boring to read, but you're absolutely welcome to it. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Ms. Campfield?
Last week, we had our auditor on site. He was on site for a day and a half. This has been the quickest audit I've ever experienced in my life. Usually that means pretty good news. So he will probably have it wrapped up in the next couple months. He's still got some questions bouncing back and forth, but overall, we were able to get everything over to him before he even showed up, and it was a quick process. Public Works has provided their assessment of town properties for code enforcement issues. Next month, we'll bring forth their assessment of council properties, and then we'll kind of start implementing some internal code enforcement improvements. And then I did attach the December and January financials, and I provided you a table setting of all of the bills paid from January and February. So if you guys have any questions, let me know.
I just have a couple of things. I know I'm going to meet with you. A couple of things that concerned me was we were 26% down marijuana December 2025. It kind of equated to 40,000 a month. January we had 18,744. If you multiply that by 12, that's $224,000. I know January's probably low because of Christmas, but
So we can have that conversation in private.
okay. Well, I wanted it on record.
Okay.
I want one other thing on record.
Okay.
Because I'm very concerned. I know a few years ago that Ron said that we could actually be in trouble. So I pulled these figures from the general fund, from your figures. We've gone from 2022 to 4.8 million to January of 26 to 1.7. And I want to know, does that include the reserve? And if the reserve is pulled out of that?
Those are your reserves.
That's it. That's what we're down to. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just one moment. Councilmember Lasher was next, and then we'll hear from Mayor Pro Tem.
Who's in charge of the flag? Is it the Public Works or the police? Because I noticed that it wasn't at half staff like the governor ordered it to be on Friday and Saturday. So I was just wanting
So
to.
I
bring
know the
attention.
chief emailed Public Works today to do that. I will have to get with the Public Works Department to
Thank you.
verify as to why.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question. First of all, congratulations for such a fast audit, but how was the audit conducted in just a day and a half? What was done to
So
expedite that?
prior to him being on site, he gives us a list of all the items that he needs to review. Lorraine and I go through that list, we divvy up who's responsible for what, and we send him through like a SharePoint file, all of those things. So it's going to be your check register for the year, all of your retirement, our monthly financial statements, just a whole boring list of data. So that was given to him before he even showed up, and then he cross-references questions that he has, and then he'll email us the list of questions, and then we go through and we respond as quickly as we can. And because we were able to do that so efficiently, that's why he didn't spend so much time here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Moving on to our mayor's report. I only have one thing little reminder to everybody. Don't forget to return your forms back to me for the town administrator 3-month review by March 29th at 5 p.m. And we will move on to council reports. Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, yes. Okay, so I'm sorry, I was sidetracked by the March 29th deadline, and may I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm confused. How do we do an evaluation if we haven't had a job description established and we don't have specific goals established? And I'm unclear based on, I wouldn't even know how to complete an evaluation. There doesn't seem to be any guidelines moving forward from her past work when she was appointed administrator. So I would not be able to do an evaluation without a job description and clear goals.
Your email with the form had included an attachment with the job description.
So we would be doing a job description from the attachment that you sent me from February. I would do a job evaluation from when she was appointed retroactively. That seems like it seems if I were an employee and I was having an evaluation on a job description retroactively, how would I know what to complete, or how would I know what goals are if I can't evaluate someone from January to February and then get a job description? It has to be moving forward. We have to do the job description moving forward. So we would have to extend the evaluation.
I'm going to ask our town attorney to speak to that, and then I'll call on Councilmember Randolph.
So per the employment agreement that was executed by Ms. Campfield and the council shall conduct a performance evaluation before the 3-month anniversary of execution of that employment agreement. And that was put in the agreement to give the council the ability to give an evaluation prior to the severance package being eligible.
Councilmember Randolph?
I was going to bring that up because I've done agreements with employees and you have to stay with the timeline. And the way that you can evaluate is look back at the minutes. And I believe in your reports, you've listed stuff that you've accomplished, correct? So that's how it's going to have to be done.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We should take this conversation off. It's personnel related. So if we need to have an executive session about this, we should call for an executive session.
I think we need an executive session for her review.
Certainly, it's her choice whether or not we have it in open meeting or executive session. But if we need an executive session to discuss how the job performance review happens and your concerns about it, we should schedule that. Do we have Councilmember Debner?
Yeah, I guess I would be interested in having that conversation about, just in general, how do we conduct performance evaluation for council appointed staff? Just like, not just the town administrator, so it's kind of maybe a larger scope. I don't know if it needs to be narrow for executive session.
I feel like the email that I sent to council is pretty specific. The job description is attached and the questions are really specific. And I think if you follow those directions, I think the how to do it is pretty straightforward. But if we want to meet and talk about it, let's do that in an executive session. Do we have 3 or more council members who feel like that would be valuable before the April 6th meeting?
Sure, yeah, I agree.
We might have to have that via Zoom only, as I'm going out of town for a little bit.
I thought we had an agreement that executive sessions
Yeah.
would not
So
be
then
via
you'll
Zoom.
have to
Okay.
manage that if it's scheduled before I get back. So we'll get out we'll ask for scheduling options tomorrow and see if we could get that scheduled for a one-item executive session. Okay? Any other questions pertaining to that?
What was it? Can you remember the date again?
March 29th at 5 p.m. to return your forms. But I would encourage you to open the email and read the job description and read the directions, because there are a lot of very specific directions. Councilmember Randolph?
I'd like to come by and get a copy of the administrative policy, please.
I'm sorry?
I'd like a copy of the administrative policy.
A printed copy?
Yes, a printed.
Okay. May I ask our town administrator to get Councilmember Randolph a printed copy of the administrative policy? Councilmember Bailey?
I was just curious if our town administrator had any issues with the job description that was provided.
Should that be an executive session?
No, I think it's, well, depends on your answer.
Kind of puts her on the spot.
I'm not prepared to answer
Let's-
that at this
All right, well, I'll keep it.
Sorry,
It's okay. I just,
my brain's slowing down.
I know. We will include that in the executive session, the job description. Okay? All right. Can we move on to agenda item number 16, or Councilmember Debner still had
I
some?
guess I have a question about the administrative policy. Is that something that we'll post on the website in the interest of like transparency of kind of core operations?
I'm happy to do so if you'd like me to. It seems very administrative and detailed and in the woods to me. I don't think it's really the kind of thing that should go on the website, but if council would like that to be on the website under the mayor's page, I'm happy to do so.
I'd be curious to hear from other council members, their perspective.
Okay, Councilmember Bailey?
I would support that. I also have a question too once we've got
Okay.
ranked.
I don't support that because of my HR background. You don't put somebody's job description where it's exposed to everybody. That's personal, I think.
This is the administrative policy though, not the job
The
description.
administrative.
They're
Which
very,
is
Administrative.
they're,
Similar.
they're linked.
They're linked.
They're very much the same document, like they
Yeah.
go together. So. But how, I think we have sort of we floated an idea about whether to ask me to put that on the website. Councilmember Bailey?
I was just curious if we could hear from our town administrator, because that would be, what her comfort level is with that.
I think I would defer more to the town attorney. I mean, where does that fall into transparency?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely aren't required to do it. I don't know if I have any other clients that I can think of that would put a job description on the town's website, unless they're actively hiring.
Yeah, it makes it look like you're actively hiring, and we would have people probably reach out for that reason.
Point of information, are we talking about the administrative policy, not the job description?
Which the administrative policy really became the job description. It's basically a all-in-one document now of the roles and responsibilities of the town administrator, and in addition, how those roles and responsibilities work with the roles and responsibilities of the mayor. So it's sort of a two-in-one situation.
Councilmember Bailey was next, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I had another question about the administrative policy. So the council tonight overturned the veto of the mayor for the ordinance. Does the administrative policy need to be adjusted based upon that veto being overturned and that ordinance now being in play? Because I feel like I felt like there might need to be changes to that administrative policy with the passage of that ordinance. And if I'd love to see if you could review that to make sure that we don't overlook any changes that need to happen from the administrative side. on
Yeah,
that
I can
policy.
double check.
Do we all agree to spend a town attorney's time on that? To direct the town attorney to review the administrative policy again?
Just a quick review on
Yeah.
whether it's consistent with the ordinance, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay? And then Mayor Pro Tem, you had a question?
She asked my question, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for asking that question.
Any other discussion? All right, so just a summary of that. We're doing a quick review to
Yeah.
see if it still follows code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably take me less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
I
Great.
have a point of information. Is this the part, since we're kind of making informal decisions here, is this the part where we should use the verbal confirmation for the direction?
I think I just was able to administratively do that because I was able to get a sense from council about what they were wanting. And so then I directed the town attorney to do it.
We're supposed to vote on it? Yeah. Point of order, I think we're supposed to vote on, like a voice vote on that.
Yeah.
Are we not?
There are two ways in which staff can get directed. This is the way I understand it. I mean, if you still want to go, I'm not going to argue it. It totally don't care.
I'm
Argue
curious
this.
as to what you're going to say, though.
I'm trying to be efficient, so my role as chair is, one of my primary roles as chair is to increase our efficiency. And it's 9:19 and we're way late. So I'm trying to get a sense of what kind of direction council is going. And then I turned to the town attorney and said, let's do that. We're moving that forward so that way I took it out of council's hands. It administratively said, let's do that. And he agreed.
Yeah, and because it will be less than the time frame spent, or I think it will be less than the time frame spent, it would fall under that.
And he
informal
said he said specifically it'll take him less than 10 minutes. So we just moved it forward in the interest of efficiency. If it was going to be a more time-consuming conversation, we would have had it go out to council. Councilmember Randolph, did you have further thoughts?
No, I was just going to bring up that we put in the rules that it was supposed to be a vote, and I think we either need to follow the rules or change the rules. Even if it is efficient, it doesn't take, we talked about it when we put it in there, it doesn't take any more time to go around and say yes or no in a thumbs up.
Okay.
So I just have difficulties with making rules and then not following all of them.
I think we're still following the rules here, but I hear your point and we'll try to be meticulous in
It's
that
supposed to
way.
be, yeah, a vote. Okay, thank you.
Any other thoughts or discussion before we go on to council reports? Okay, moving on to agenda item number 16, council reports. Mayor Pro Tem Malvine, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone, as we talk about the council body as a whole, I do see that we are working together. Although the ideas and the approaches may be different from the last administration, we as a body are working towards what we feel is transparent and responsible. I also would like to set as a reminder to the body and to the residents why we appointed a town administrator. And I have 6 key points into which I believe are the reasons why we have gone through this process. Number 1 is that we need to keep politics out of day-to-day work. Daily operations should be handled professionally and not influenced by shifting political opinion. We need to avoid repeating past problems, and we've learned from the past that we need to have a clear administrative structure that helps things run smoothly. Bring in a trained professional, someone who understands managing budgets, staff, and compliance with state laws that require experience and expertise. Provide consistency and stability. Council and mayor may change over time, but we need steady leadership to keep services on track, to create clear accountability. Who is responsible for carrying out council direction and managing town operations? Also, following clear HR processes, and strengthen financial oversight, checks and balances, Having a professional administrator helps ensure money is traced, budgets are followed, and taxpayers' dollars are spent carefully and responsibly.
Thank you. Did you have a question for Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Councilmember Bailey, did you want to report?
Yeah, I have the Devon Regional Council of Governments report is in the packet. I just got named actually to the Powerhead Colorado Oversight Committee, which supports electrification and the spending of the $200 million Environmental Protection Agency grant that DRCOG got, and I was just named the vice chair. And then I also just had a couple of things I was curious to see if council would want to do in the future, or just have a discussion about. Now that we're kind of like a fly on the wall in the packet preparation, it strikes me as it being a very inefficient process. And I was just wondering if our town administrator could comment on, like, is there a more efficient or effective way to do it? I know there's some software out there. It's called Civic Clerk that would work with our website. I wonder if that is that something that would maybe be more efficient and could lower attorney fees potentially with greater efficiency?
I'm happy to speak to it because several of my clients have it. I do not find them more efficient. I have to review them several times over. So how those platforms work is it keeps shooting them back to you if there's any revisions. So I have to review the same document multiple times, whereas I can state to the town administrator and the mayor, like, please provide all of your red lines together, and then I will consolidate them in a finalized draft. To me, that's actually a little bit more efficient. I think what's difficult sometimes is when we have 20 items on an agenda, sometimes those email threads get really intense. And so if there's a better way to go about that, I think I'd be happy to hear about it for sure. I have not had great success with those platforms. All of my larger clients use them.
I will say, when I was in Greeley, the clerk at the time fundamentally broke our Muni Code meetings. And so you had to check all the documents in and out, which was very time consuming in the packet preparation. So although some of the areas of these software is really great, if it's more time consuming for the attorney in terms of a jurisdiction this big and the initial cost, I think it would be worth our time for Austin and I to talk and strategize to work on a different process.
Yeah, happy to do that. I guess, do you have any recommendations of the inefficiencies you've seen?
I don't. I was just struck by. I mean, I know that there's a lot of back and forth when you're doing revisions. I'm doing a lot of editing these days, but I was just wondering, is there a better way, or have you, either one of you, seen a better way of doing it?
I mean, I've worked in jurisdictions where everyone has all of the documents, internal staff, on the same shared folder on the server, and then it's just sending what needs to be sent to the attorney for review. But it all depends on how each jurisdiction is structured.
And I can't get onto shared documents because our firewall blocks it.
Your firewall, okay.
Correct.
Okay, so I was like, you have OneDrive, and you can see edits literally in real time.
We can't use it.
Okay.
It's super easy to compromise. Like, anyone can get into those documents. And if we're doing privileged work products, we can't do it that way.
I mean, if it's possible that you put the two of you could put your heads together and think of something that would be great.
Yeah.
I think it's also just a new exposure to the process, it's actually working fairly well, is my experience. We've gotten the postmortems down and are routinely doing that, and we've got our system, and I think you're just getting exposed to it, and you're getting a lot of emails now because you're CC'd on everything, so I'm sure it's a little shocking. Councilmember Debner?
I guess one concern that I noticed from that was, so there's a known compatibility issue with track changes between Word and Mac versus Word and PC. So I guess I just, if there's a way to, I looked into it and it doesn't seem like there's a really good way to fix that other than just getting all on the same platform. So I guess that's just a suggestion I would offer up, just so that every change that is made and every comment is made is seen and tracked, and we don't have to worry about a glitch happening. Especially when, after the discussion tonight about concerns with, minor things that could change. I just think that would be a wise move.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Could you clarify? I'm sorry, Ryan. Can you? We don't have everyone on the same. Is it platform? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so I have like a Windows PC and this is a Mac, and even though it's the same Microsoft Word program, the track changes and like red line revisions that you make, it can be kind of glitchy. So sometimes if you add a comment to one document, someone opens it in a different computer, that comment's like not there.
One thing is we have noticed that in our work product. It's something that I've commented on a number of times where I'm like, I think this might be a problem, and then I catch it because I'm the one on the Mac. And so
You
both,
have a Mac though. You also have a Mac?
Me and Kathleen.
but they're not doing track changes to documents. So it matters more that whether or not I do. But it is something that we're aware of and have been administratively cognizant of.
I mean, could we have you just work on a PC? So there wouldn't be any sort of glitching?
Sure, if that's what you'd like. I've asked for a PC, and they, instead of giving me a PC and a Mac, they just added access to the shared drive, and that's what gave it to me, but I could happy to have two, if that's what you'd like. You'd give me a second computer. That's fine. I'd work on packet material on the second computer. I wouldn't have any problem with that. But I think that's overkill for the problem.
Is
and the
all the
potential.
information on your Mac accessible to staff that would need to be accessible?
Uh-huh,
Okay.
of course.
So you don't have any issue like accessing town servers or anything like
Not
that?
now, no. I did, but now I don't. Okay, we are moving on.
Oh, I wasn't, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Well, that's for like a future agenda, but I had a talk with a resident who was very animated, to say the least, that she feels like that the council is kind of going in the wrong direction in terms of the zoning project and really wants to see a response to like all the requests for the moratorium and buildings, and they're seeing large houses go up, and they feel like it's wasted effort to do the commercial development because you're not going to see any changes for 10 years at least, and like in the meantime we're delaying on the residential side. And I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council and just to let them know that this is a perspective and it's shared. It's not just, I know it's not just one resident, but if there's something that we could do to sort of, I mean, defend is not the right word I'm looking for, but to sort of maybe explain the method for why we're doing it the way we're doing it. Just like council had some issues with tonight, was like it's hard to visualize. Like, I know don't spend time on things if you're not going to allow the uses in certain districts, but like it's really hard to like say whether you would or wouldn't want that if you don't know what it might look like. And so if there's ways we can get to more cohesion amongst the residents who were very concerned about the sizes of homes. And another thought I had, I was like, there's this perception, whether or not it's real or it's just all in people's heads, or there's a perception out there that there's homes that have been built in Mountain View that don't comply with the code, like that they actually take up more space than they're allowed to. And that's a really strong perception, and that's going to influence and hang over the head of everything the council does in terms of its zoning. And I was also wondering if council had any desire to maybe just do a look back, you know, meet with Safe Built and have a look back at last maybe like 5-10 years of the development and indicate whether or not is in fact in compliance. I feel like that would build trust and transparency, because like that's the perception from a lot of the residents is like these houses don't comply. And I was wondering if council.
I think
would
you
share
did that. You did an audit. You asked Safe Built to do it about a year ago, and they found that all the homes were actually built to your standards and built to the building permits issued.
Is that readily shared on our website and with the community in the context of this project? Because they ought to be.
We could get a recording of that meeting and see what the quality looks like. At the very least, we would have a good audio of that and share. We could also have the town administrator put an article in the Gazette about that specific issue, if you'd like. As a result of some of that objection that came forward and worry from the community, we now have new certifications in place that are administrative certifications where Safe Built, before they will issue the occupancy, they go back to the beginning and measure that it doesn't take up more than the lot size that it's supposed to. It's not higher than it's supposed to be, and it meets the setback. Those 3 administrative certifications before they get the certificate of occupancy.
So they do it after it's built? So what are
They
they
do
going
it-
to do? They're going to tell them they have to squish it in?
Well, they do it before as well. So you
In-
get your issuance of building permit. That's when you do it on the front end. And then they do a building permit compliance check. And that's what we added around last year after council brought forward the audit and Safe Built presented on that.
Yeah. Did the clerk have something?
Building permits will not be issued for new builds or ADUs unless it goes through the planning approval process as well. And so even if it's just a simple addition to a door in a basement or something like that, we still have the planning team check off on it before we issue the permit.
Oh, good. Good move.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm just curious, what happens if it's out of compliance?
It's difficult. I've worked on several of those issues in different municipalities, and it depends on the issue. For instance, I had an issue in a different client where the actual foundational wall was over a setback. And it's a difficult issue to address. In that case, I ended up working out a deal with their neighbor, and I bought some of their property and then brought a subdivision application forward to move their lot line. It was incredibly expensive.
One of the properties that the town bought, what we refer to as the White House, one of the reasons why that house, the abatement happened and it was under construction and it was stopped, was because they had poured concrete past this place that they were allowed to pour concrete. And they got out there and measured it and they were like, stop everything. And then they were gonna have to pull the concrete out. Councilmember Bailey?
I wonder, like, if it would be helpful to sort of address that perception head on, not just like in terms of getting the information out there, but like maybe the reason why you think this is larger than it is like maybe driveways don't count as permeable space. I don't know if that's true or not, but like, you know, I know you get like porches don't count. And I know that, you know, if your garage faces the alley, that's incentivized right now under the current code. So like that, a portion of that doesn't count. Just like, I feel like it'd be helpful if residents understood why it was they feel like things are so big. Because if they don't know why they feel like they're so big and there's this perception that they're out of code, how are you going to change the code? How are you going to drive that forward into making the right code choices?
And I would answer that question by saying, I hope they're showing up to these meetings because we're editing it in real time. We're
Right.
going through every single line. If they have something to say, they have an opportunity at every meeting, and council can make changes based off that. So I would really hope that those folks are being engaged in this process.
Councilmember Randolph?
Councilmember Bailey, can you get the address and have them talk to either Charity or Safe Built to see if it's in compliance? I mean,
I can do that.
because I've heard that also from residents, that they walk around and they're not happy with, they think some of them take too much room.
Right, but the lot coverage has been exceeded,
Yeah.
is the biggest complaint I hear.
Let's try to stay on track here because we're really late and we're doing council reports and we're sort of getting off. So do we want to have that conversation at the future agenda schedule, or do you want to direct staff at this point to take some step? and see if your council agrees.
I would love to see if we could direct staff to put some more information out there on the website and kind of, offer some insight as to why residents might feel like the lot coverage has been exceeded.
So.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
I can meet
Well,
up.
and, I mean, when you're talking about like setbacks and it's like 10 feet from each sideline, that visually seems much smaller than it actually is. And I think that's kind of part of the problem. So even though it aligns with the setbacks, once it's built, it's like, that seems really small, even though it adheres to the lot
Right.
coverage.
Are you thinking in the Gazette?
Oh, I think the Gazette would be a great way to
Have an
address
article,
it.
an
Yeah.
explanatory article in the Gazette?
And then have information on the website.
So I think the deadline is the 23rd for the next article.
Mm-hmm.
So that would come out early April.
So that would be, we want to hear then from council if you are all in agreement that we're directing our town administrator to include this content in the next Gazette.
Yes.
And looking at ways to also include it in the website.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we just heard a summary of that and I don't need to restate it?
Yep.
Okay. Are we moving on to Councilmember Davis? Do you have anything to report for your council report?
Some people in the town wonder why we're not moving ahead with the properties that we have already as far as affordable housing. So, that's the concern I hear.
In terms of affordable housing?
Yeah, as far as affordable housing, or what is the progress on that?
I would say right now, we need to get the land use code updated. And then we would have a better understanding of what we can do with each one of those properties in terms of development or how we want to move forward with council direction. So I think more so, this is going to be a discussion for the 2027 budget that will start this summer and line up with the budget passing and the land use code update being completed. So that's the timeline.
I think
Okay,
one of the
thank
things is just like we all have to, when we first come to working in local governance, it's as citizens, we have a different impression of what the work is, what the workload is like, and what the timeline is like. And local government takes time. It's intentionally sort of a long process because we can be more methodical and thoughtful and careful, and we catch mistakes. And so, helping the residents understand the process of local government is possibly one of the steps that we can take, and encouraging them to come and be involved. That a lot of times there's not a quick, easy answer. A lot of times it's a complicated, long, drawn out process. Councilmember Debner, would you like to report anything?
I guess I have an idea for a code change, but it's probably more of a future agenda
Okay.
topic.
Councilmember Lasher?
I do not, thanks.
Councilmember Randolph?
I will talk with Charity about, unless Austin can answer it, sorry. I guess I'm confused about, you need to clarify, we vote to put ordinances in the code, and then I just see them getting removed. Like the human commission one. So we don't vote on what comes out? Was it called the human commission one? Yeah. I guess I don't understand the theory. You vote to put them in, but then you guys just remove them.
Oh, we're talking about that future ordinance. So I think that's probably more appropriately discussed when we bring that ordinance forward. But the quick version is that we noticed when we reviewed that section of the code that we weren't following that section.
Okay, and then I just have one other question. in all the emails that we received, the mayor's doing a slideshow on the governance change? And is that a conflict of interest?
So we're talking about items that have not been agendized yet, so I just want to be careful because there's probably some work product in there that constitutes items that aren't actually finalized or set for an agenda yet. But our workflow is generally that we have a meeting after this meeting. We state all of our to-dos, and then we basically state who's the point person for each and what the review process is. Unless council mandates something differently. For instance, sometimes council will say, I want the town administrator to do X, or I want the town attorney to do Y. And in those cases, we know who's leading the process. Does that make sense?
And in all cases, all three of us review everything. So a lot of times there's a draft that somebody has to create a draft for the other people to react to. The same way that when Austin brings an ordinance forward to council and says, here's my best effort to address the items that you want to move forward, and then council has something to react to and says, we don't like this wording, we do like this wording, and they change it up. So there's always going to be a first draft and then a second and a review before anything becomes final.
But is it a conflict of interest?
Well, I guess help me understand why it'd be a conflict of interest in that case.
In the governance change, because the last one, she encouraged people to vote no. So I'm just wondering why she's typing a slideshow this time.
Oh, you think the slideshow may be biased in some ways as drafted? Okay. Well, we certainly will review that, both the town administrator and myself, and we'll prepare amendments to ensure that there's no sort of biased language in there if there is any.
Because I found it was just very outdated. The dates, I mean, I have 2011 stuff. I had researched this before and found a lot more new information about.
And I guess I should say that, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I want council to have 100% transparency to what I'm doing, but I'm hopeful that it doesn't slow down our efficiency. In other words, when we're still in draft document form, it's very possible that Charity and I'd say it's actually extremely likely, we would resolve those issues before you get it in final form. So my suggestion would be when you see these sort of draft versions don't review them because they're going to change probably, as Councilmember Bailey's point, quite a few times before we actually finalize and approve them for the agenda. I mean, most every single agenda item will be changed at least 3 times. Most of the time, a little bit more than that.
So I guess we got so many emails in a 3-week period.
Right.
If they don't need to go out, why are we receiving them if we can't read them?
We can read
And
them.
You can read them. So my initial emails explain this. And so I said in that initial email, and I'm comfortable sharing this, that because council's very concerned about transparency, I'm also very concerned about transparency, but also efficiency. I thought it would be more efficient and more transparent if you saw every single email I was sending out to your staff and to the mayor and to the other council members. So that was my internal decision. And if council doesn't like it, I'm happy to remove you from those emails. Again, I put that forward as a way to try to increase transparency and efficiency, but not as a way for council to sort of be, changing documents in their draft form. And I'm happy to have that conversation with all of council. If you want me to stop that practice, I'm happy to do so.
Maybe we put that on the future agenda schedule topic.
don't stop. I think I heard 3
appreciate
of them.
Truly, I appreciate the transparency.
Okay.
Do we need to take direction? There's no change in
Seems like no
direction.
change. Okay. So
That's it, I'm done.
we're good.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you got it.
I just need some explaining on stuff.
No,
so I
you're
understand.
good. I appreciate it.
And we are moving on to the future agenda schedule. Our administrator?
So this is the time where council can suggest to add things to meetings. I know that Councilmember Debner had already mentioned he has something he would like to add.
Yes. So I was interested, just based on the discussion tonight and the vetoed ordinance, that, I'd be curious to have a conversation about the code where it talks about compensation and timing about when compensation changes would occur. So I just like to have a conversation, just so that we can reduce perception of conflict of interest or actual conflict of interest by putting future pay changes far from when the vote for the next, council or mayor positions are.
I can speak to that really quickly. It's actually in your charter. And so the code language copies the charter. So it's probably best to have that conversation when we bring the charter workshop changes up, which is already on there, I think. Maybe. But to answer your question, you have to change your charter.
Because it's locked into the charter and the code. Okay.
And sorry, I missed it. Would you?
The charter discussions on 4.6.
Okay, great. So we can definitely have that as a part of that discussion on 4.6.
Awesome. Already scheduled.
Councilmember Bailey,
Yeah, I didn't,
broader communications.
yeah, I didn't see it on here, but I feel like we should have a records retention policy and a document management policy that applies to all official materials, ordinances, resolution, contracts, agreements, personnel documents, correspondence, all of
Your
it.
records retention policy is actually your Colorado Municipal Records Retention Schedule that all municipalities
Right.
follow. And I think the town of Mountain View has included themselves in that. So
Please don't change.
beside, what you're looking at going to is like an internal best practice and procedure. Those are conversations we're having in a staff meeting tomorrow about workload projects, that we're also going to take that workload project information to the council strategic planning session that we're holding in May.
Awesome.
And then you had mentioned earlier in the meeting, Councilmember Bailey, the broader communications discussion, which is
4.6.
on 4.6. So that means for the 4.6 meeting, we've got the MVCC project starting at 6:30 instead of 5:30. And then we were going to have a committee discussion, which I think is really important because right now we've got to assign a committee to plan the events. And we're also struggling, I think, with the purchasing policy. So we have to have committees in order to do this work. Councilmember Bailey and then Debner.
I actually emailed the town administrator today, but I'm actually not in town on 4.6. Just FYI.
Can you connect via remote?
I will be on an airplane, so I don't believe I will be able to.
Okay. I'm not sure if Councilmember Randolph also had her hand up, but Councilmember Debner, and then we'll come to you.
I lost it.
It'll come back. Councilmember Randolph?
I just want to make sure the 2 executive sessions get scheduled.
Mhm.
I don't know how to do that. Or who
So
does that?
there's one additional executive session. If the administrator chooses to have her review an executive session, that is on 4.6.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
Councilmember Debner?
I guess I was wondering if, as part of the committee's discussion, if we could have the language of the scope of the committees as part of the discussion, like what the existing committees are, just so that way we'll kind of help inform our discussion time to kind of, start talking about what is the existing scope, what changes would we want to make as far as committee function.
Yep.
And then is that would be the opportunity to bring ideas for like new committees or?
It's really up to council. So committees are entirely council's purview. How do you want to do it? What I see is there's a need for the events committee to be reconstituted and a need for finance committee. moving forward. Those are two committees that just administratively, I know we need in order to support staff. I don't know what other committees you want, but I do know the Community Engagement Committee was formed and budgeted, but there was money to support it, but the two members who were on it are no longer on board, on the council, so it's de facto. So from there, I know there was, you know, interest in several other committees from prior discussions, but it's really up to you as a council to say what committees you want to form and if you even want committees. You could say staff should hire an event planner and we don't need a finance committee. You could say that. It's really your purview. But we need to have that discussion because it's not up to me. It's up to you.
I
Councilmember
forgot
Randall?
one thing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I do a lot of research on family stuff, and I go to Colorado historical newspapers, and if anybody's interested in copies of this, I found a big article from 1972 from Mayor Lyon. He was on council and the mayor over 40 years. It's quite a little article.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I found a lot of little tidbits that were put in a paper, like so-and-so went shopping today, or so-and-so had surgery. So if anybody wants to read them, I'll make them copies. It's kind of fun.
I'd love to see that. That's the mayor that we have the bench on Chase Street in honor of because he used to live at that house.
Oh, learn something new every day.
So then with the future agenda, we've got the communications, the charter change workshop, where we'll have a PowerPoint presentation for the community, the voters, the 3-month review, and the discussion of the minutes. Are we adding anything to that?
I guess I'm interested in seeing the parking lot items as well. I believe I mentioned that last time.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that'll just help us have like a full scope of future conversations.
Oh, in the next packet, not to review them right now?
Yeah, in the next packet, I think it'd be helpful, so then council is, you know, we can help bump things up or and provide opinions.
Right, right. Do we need to take a vote on that from every, or not a vote, but do I need to hear from every council member as to, are you directing staff to include the parking lot items in the packet?
Yes.
Everybody in
Yes.
favor?
Sure.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just direct that officially, that the parking lot items will be on the future agenda schedule.
Right.
Anything else for future agenda schedule, Mayor Pro Tem?
Could we put this in the parking lot? But I would like to have a discussion about registering our pets in town. As opposed to if we have a lost pet, it goes to the or the shelter. And I know it's too close for this, but April 30th is National Register Your Pet Day, so we could create a little fair for volunteers like vets and chipping and that kind of thing. But also, we could, if that's too soon, in July, the whole month of July is Loss Prevention Month. So we could have a discussion about registering our pets in town.
Do we want to take a yes from everybody about getting that onto the future agenda schedule, or should we just take direction from a council member to put it on the future agenda?
I would probably do the vote,
Yeah.
just to ensure.
So pet registration day.
Yeah.
Do we want to have that on the future agenda for discussion?
I guess I have a point of information, because, I mean, you don't need majority to add something like to the agenda. So
Not
would we,
directing staff.
I guess, yeah, I don't know. If you're not directing staff to prepare anything, then I guess not.
yeah, so then it could just be added, right?
So just a workshop with no preparation? Typically, staff would do some research and propose some options based on that basic concept and bring that forward. So it takes some staff time for each agenda item.
Okay, I'd be willing to talk about it, yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
All right, so we have some direction to add that pet registration to the future agenda schedule, to the parking lot. Any other items for the future agenda schedule before we move on? Thank you, Administrator Campfield. We're at agenda number 18, agenda item number 18. This is the council complaints, and I think I should give the floor to Ms. Campfield, or do I give it to the town attorney?
And I'll just briefly state that the role of council at this stage is incredibly limited. You're making an initial determination in accordance with your adopted rules of procedure of whether the complaint is frivolous based on the complaint being substantially similar to a complaint previously submitted, or a determination that the allegations in the complaint, even if found to be true, do not amount to a violation of the rules, code, or charter. So that's what council is doing today. You're just making the determination of whether or not only the latter section applies, of whether the complaint on its face alleges a viable violation of the rules, code, or charter. If it does, then you move forward with appointing a third-party magistrate. If it doesn't, then no further action is taken.
Can we take one in turn? First one and then the other?
Sure, yeah. And again, this isn't like a factual debate. It's literally reading the complaint and each council member deciding, yep, that's enough for an alleged violation, or nope, it's not. So you're not digging into the facts at this stage.
Are they assuming that the facts are true?
Yes,
in order to make
exactly.
that
So
decision?
assuming the facts are true, would all of the facts being true amount to a violation of the code? Is it possible? Charter or rules?
So let's just take the first one that's in your packet. Can we just outline it for them so that then they can respond, and maybe we'll go take each person in turn? Or how do you want to bring that discussion forward?
I really think like each council member should just state yes or no. Yes, I think it's like you're just making the frivolous determination. Yes, I think it's frivolous because it doesn't amount to a perceivable violation of the code. Or no, I don't, because it does amount to a perceivable violation of the code. And I would prefer you state this section of the code to actually give a cross-reference of like, this section of the code is at issue or a potential violation. That's a requirement of the complaint form.
Thank you. So perhaps we could just go in our normal order, unless there's a council member who would prefer to speak up first. As we're speaking to, the first one in your packet is a complaint from Brian Carney, and he's got a complaint against council member Brittany Lasher and Mayor Emily Mitchum. So do we want to just, Mayor Pro Tem, are you saying yes to frivolous or no to it should go forward to a magistrate?
And can I make a really quick,
Please.
it's obvious, but there's the members who are at interest. You have an obvious interest within the complaint. And so it's up to you whether you feel like that interest rises to a conflict per the code and whether you're going to remove yourself from the conversation.
So I could get up and leave and let the Mayor Pro Tem, even though there's not a financial incentive?
Yeah, so the code reads, members who have any personal or property interest or any kind of interest which may conflict or interfere with, influence, or be perceived by the public as influencing the member's conduct.
Oh, well, I would love to recuse myself from this.
It's totally up to you.
Yeah, I will recuse myself from this one and the next one and hand the gavel to our Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
So I'll recuse myself from this one.
It's totally up to you. You make the decision.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't have anything to say on it, so.
Okay.
Do I just go to the hallway?
And
Or where do I go?
yeah, you can, you actually, yeah, anywhere besides the dais.
Okay.
And we still have a quorum. Oh yeah, and we have one online. We're fine. Okay, so if we can just go, it's just a majority vote, and so you'll need 3 either way. So can we just start, Mayor Pro Tem? It's just the determination of whether it's frivolous or not, based on whether you find it actually could be a violation of the code.
Yes means frivolous, no means not
Great.
frivolous.
That's the only decision we're making tonight.
So no.
Wait.
Yes means frivolous, no means not frivolous.
You're correct.
So it's kind of, it seems like
Opposite.
opposite kind of, but yeah.
Okay. So no.
No, not frivolous.
No, not frivolous.
No.
No.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Okay. So then, as far as a third-party magistrate, do we have any options as far as?
Still working up.
I would love to give your town administrator some discretion if council is open to it, to be able to make that decision if you're also comfortable with it. So you've made the initial determination that it's not frivolous and that it will be moving forward. The next step you have to do is appoint a third-party magistrate to oversee the complaint. Do you want to have the town administrator bring you back options, or do you want to defer to her option?
Defer.
I would say defer.
So I'm deferring.
Defer.
Councilmember Davis?
Sure.
Okay, so are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
All right, so I think we have to, that was an actual decision, so I need someone to kind of firm that up. And so basically the decision of council was that it was not frivolous and that the third-party magistrate will be appointed based off the town administrator's advice and recommendation. And so I think I need just yeses all the way around if that's true.
Yes.
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 Great. And we can move on to the second complaint then. And the second complaint involves who? Is
Chief
it,
Davis?
or
Or,
that's,
I'm sorry.
no, the complainant, sorry, is, okay, so yeah. Welcoming back Councilmember Lasher.
Thank you.
So exact same thing here. Did you hear that? Did you want me to explain it? So,
I heard what?
so we're going around and you're making the initial determination of whether the complaint is frivolous. If you believe it's, so again, the frivolous determination is whether on its face it could amount to a violation of the town code, charter, or rules.
So I have a question. Can we ask questions?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay, so I emailed you to ask some questions about it, and then I asked specifically like what it was violating in section 4, chapter 2 or whatever, and you never got back to me on it. So can you answer that, or can Chief Nesbitt answer like which one it is?
Neither of us can, unfortunately.
Oh, that's
has
why
to-
you didn't respond.
Council has to answer it.
Oh, okay.
So I did respond, but I didn't answer the
No, I
question.
know that
Yeah.
question. Yeah. Okay.
Because I can't, I don't give legal advice on this.
Okay.
It's not my purview.
Okay.
So council decides whether the complaint amounts to that standard or not. So it's up to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so can we do the same thing and then kind of go around?
Yes. Councilmember Randa?
Yes.
It's frivolous?
No, I'm sorry. Wrong one. I'm a yes person. No.
Okay.
So,
Not frivolous.
Yeah.
No, not frivolous.
Right. No, not frivolous.
No. Not frivolous.
Yes, it is frivolous because I don't see what it's breaking
No.
in charter.
no.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Okay, so that was the initial termination, and so the second one is appointing the magistrate. Does the council want to do the same thing they did with the last one and defer to the town administrator's recommendation on appointment?
Quick question.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't it be the same person for efficiency's sake? Wouldn't it make sense?
it's up to you.
I mean, I would personally prefer it just to be the same person because then there's continuity.
Okay, so that's good direction to
And-
give.
And your purview, I recommend.
Can we do the same kind of vote?
Okay. Using,
Defer to the administrator for her
Yes. It's going to
recommendation.
hurt. Yes.
and-
Point of information, can we clarify what we're voting on? And
Yeah,
so it was a little muddy there. I just
A
wanted to
yes would be that the appointment of the administrator will go through the town administrator, or the appointment of the magistrate. I'm amazed that my words are making this much sense, to be quite frank.
You're great.
The appointment of the magistrate would go through the town administrator. She would make the selection, but what we just heard from Councilmember Bailey, that it would be the same magistrate for both proceedings. So a yes vote is yes, you agree with that.
Am I going first?
Or-
Oh, yes?
Oh, sorry, I was
Sorry,
just kind of
you just looked at me. I was like,
going
yes.
around.
Yes.
And then we did yeses here.
Yes.
Okay, and then Councilmember
Councilmember Davis?
Okay.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course.
Can we also, just since it doesn't have anywhere in the rules, can his findings be in the packet and talked about in the council meeting, like following his?
Yes, so what will happen, great question. Order of proceeding is that now you will get, this third-party magistrate will conduct an analysis and an investigation into both complaints. They will then provide a memo to council, and then council can decide how to move forward from there. It won't automatically be public. So it will be council's determination at that first meeting to release it to the public, to not release it to the public, to do nothing, to do whatever they
Yeah,
want.
just for transparency, I think it's, they've got to see everything moving up, so I think it's
Right.
only fair that it is.
Are you wanting to make that decision tonight before you see the memo, that you want it to be made public?
I mean, I think
regardless?
anyone should be made, like to the public.
Does council want to take a vote on that? That no, regardless of sort of what the memo states, it will be made available to the public?
Just for transparency.
Will it be made public after? Didn't you say that the magistrate would, please repeat what you said, what would happen? with
Yeah, so the way it works right now is that it's only made public if council determines to make it public in the open meeting. So the only one receiving it would actually be the council originally, and then they can decide whether to make it public or not at that time. But Councilmember
Okay.
Lasher is saying, can we just make the decision right now to make both of those?
Well,
memos
everyone,
final?
all complaints.
Right.
I would recommend that we make that determination after we've received the information from the magistrate.
Okay.
Because we don't know what sensitive information in the future could
Okay.
curtail.
I find reviewing,
Waiting.
waiting, yeah.
Okay.
Waiting.
Okay. Councilmember Davis
Waiting.
and Councilmember Debner.
Waiting because the forms are in this packet.
Okay. I think that concludes this discussion, correct? You've got
Yes.
everything you need? Okay, so Mayor, if you want to bring us back, and then I think that we're on our last item here.
Be the minute.
Which I'm going to bring up, why don't we have that? Yes.
So we are at agenda number 19. There being no further business to come before this board, we are hereby adjourned at 10:11 p.m. Thank you, everybody.